to the meeting. And the time now is 6:07 on May 24th. I would like to convene the City Council successor agency to the Westminster Redevelopment Agency meeting. So call to order. Roll call, please.
Mayor Nguyen,
I'm here.
Vice Mayor Nguyen,
Yes.
Councilwoman Van West,
Yes, I'm here.
Councilmember Monzo,
I'm here.
and Councilmember Ho.
Here.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you very much. So salute to flag, Vice Mayor Nguyen, and invocation by Councilwoman Amy Van West. Please stand.
Ready? Begin.
Of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please join me in prayer. Dear Lord, we just thank you so much for today, an opportunity again to gather and to share our concerns and grievances, Lord. I pray that you give us wisdom as we do city business, Lord. And tonight we have a lot of business to take care of, Lord. I pray that you give us wisdom, and I pray that you just bless those who are here tonight. Those who are struggling, I pray that you give them comfort and be with them. And we thank you so much for this time. I pray that you bless it. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
I want to thank you, Vice Mayor Nguyen and Councilmember West, for the salute to flag and invocation. Again, I would like to welcome each and every one of you here tonight. Also, I want to welcome the first meeting, the regular meeting, that we have our new city clerk. So, Madam City Clerk, you want to have a few words to the...
Oh, thank you, Mayor and Vice Mayor and members of the City Council and members of the public. My name is Ashton Arocho. I am your new city clerk here for the City of Westminster. I'm very honored and privileged to be here with you guys this evening. Thank you for the opportunity to work with this community, and I look forward to meeting all of you individually.
Thank you very much. Welcome aboard. Next is the city attorney closed session report. We have no closed session report today, but if you have any report, please.
No, there's nothing to report. No closed session.
All right, thank you very much. And export communication? Seeing none, hearing none, so we go on to city clerk report, please.
I have no report this evening. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Next is city manager report.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. I do have quite a bit to report tonight. So first, I want to talk about the upcoming law enforcement torch run for Special Olympics. So on June 9th, the Westminster PD, City Hall staff, OCFA, and other members of City Council will participate in the annual law enforcement torch run for Special Olympics. This is a photo from, I believe, last year. So law enforcement will carry the Special Olympic torch throughout Southern California until its final destination for the Summer Olympic Games in Long Beach. The mission of the law enforcement torch run is to raise awareness and funds for the Special Olympics movement, known as the Guardians of the Flame. Law enforcement members and Special Olympic athletes carry the flame of hope into opening ceremonies of local competitions. Over 97,000 law enforcement members carry the flame of hope annually, and the flame symbolizes courage and the celebration of diversity, uniting communities around the globe. The law enforcement torch run is changing the future for people with intellectual disabilities by lighting the way for acceptance and inclusion. So again, this photo is from last year. It's usually about a 4 to 5 mile run throughout the city, in which they will then pass the torch to another city that waits it. So we'll be out there cheering for our runners that day. And next, we want to give a little bit of an update on Be Well. So on February 8th of this year, City Council approved an agreement between the city and Mine OC for mobile services from Be Well to assist with providing services to the community, community members who experience a mental health crisis. So this blue van of hope is complete with city logos. It's ready, and team members have gone through an extensive background process. The Be Well team is expected to train on the streets of Westminster beginning June 1st of 2023. And we'll also have members of Be Well of the Be Well team, attending our council meeting on June 14th, in which we will formally introduce them to you all and this community and answer any questions regarding the operations. So again, this is their van, very exciting. Next, we just want to congratulate Officer Montgomery, one of our officers, on his efforts to combat vehicle theft in Westminster. Over the past 2 years, he's had a significant impact on auto theft in the city. In 2021, he recovered a total of 35 stolen vehicles, 6 which were occupied, 29 unoccupied, resulting in 8 arrests and a total recovery value of $461,492. In 2022, he again recovered a total of 35 stolen vehicles, 7 occupied, 28 unoccupied, resulting in 7 arrests for a total recovery value of $312,800. Officer Montgomery's outstanding efforts has earned him the annual Auto Theft Advisory Commission Vehicle Theft Recovery Officer of the Year Award 2 years in a row. It's also noted he's been one of the top 5 recovery officers for the past 2 years in all of Orange County. This is a coveted award that is well recognized by the Auto Dealerships Association and the State Department of Insurance. So we'd just like to commend and congratulate Officer Montgomery on his recognition and on his efforts to combat vehicle theft in our city. He's making a tremendous impact on this issue and continues to represent WPD in a positive way. So that's a photo of him accepting his award. And then, so today we had riders and support staff returning from a 5-day journey of riding from Sacramento, Westminster. So back on May 20th, riders and support personnel, not the right photo. I don't think there is a photo. Maybe there's not a photo. Okay. So riders and support personnel from WPD began a 5-day journey of riding 630 miles from the Peace Officers Memorial in Sacramento to the Peace Officers Memorial here in Westminster over the Civic Center. The riders endured many challenges along the way, including elevation gains, temperature changes, traffic, road conditions. This task could not be accomplished without the aid and support of support personnel. Support staff is critical to the riders as they provide navigation assistance, shield riders from traffic during mechanical breakdowns, prep meals, and ensure that the riders stay hydrated. So today, earlier, about 2:40 p.m., they returned to Westminster and they entered through the Civic Center, through the small parking area between City Hall and the PD building, where they dismounted their bikes, walked to the Peace Officers Memorial from WPD, and they gathered for a moment of silence to remember those who've paid the ultimate sacrifice. It should be noted, all participants participate in the ride on their own time, at their own expense, and they all share the same mission to ensure that nobody forgets the sacrifices made by those men and women who've laid down their lives while protecting the community in which they work in. And so, you know, we did have members of council out there, as well as members of our community, and of course the families of those who participated. Splash Pad opening day, so it's opening weekend at the Splash Pad at Sigler Park. The season will kick off on Saturday, May 27th, so stop by, check out new fun features, including a captain's wheel, a huge ship anchor, friendly fishes, and cool sea serpents. The Splash Pad will open to the public from 12 to 5 p.m. weekends through June 11th, and then daily beginning June 17th. Now, there were some pickleball courts that we were hoping to have available and open for the Memorial Day weekend, but the project's been delayed because of the raining season and other unexpected circumstances. So the schedule's been pushed back to about 2 months, so we hope that the pickleball courts will be done, you know, closer to the end of summer. So we're trying to work with the contractor to get that open sooner, because pickleball's the end thing now. Senior Center Father's Day Luncheon. Senior Center is going to be hosting a luncheon on Thursday, June 15th from 11:30 a.m. to 1 p.m. There will be live entertainment and a menu featuring cheeseburgers and other favorites. Tickets are $3, so if you would like to get in on that fun, you can call 714-895-2878. And then last but not least, Last week, myself, the Assistant City Manager Adolfo Ozeda, Planning Manager Steve Ratke, and some of our consultants on the Westminster Mall Specific Plan, we attended the Orange County chapter of the American Planning Association's annual award ceremony. I'm happy to announce that we earned an award of excellence for economic planning and development for the Westminster Mall Specific Plan. Thank you. So we're very excited about this honor. It definitely puts us on the map, and of course, thanks to members of the community who participated in that, members of the council who, put their stamp of approval on the Westminster Mall Specific Plan, and of course, the mall owners that we worked with in order to put this final product together. So at this time, we're going to be moving this Westminster Mall Specific Plan will go on to compete at the state level later on this year. So we're hoping that it will be recognized as definitely, a lot of staff has put a lot of hard work into that, as well as our consultants and this community. So we're very proud of that. But with that, that concludes my report.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the detailed report, and congratulations to the City of Westminster, the city staff, and council members. Before we move on to the oral communication, I would like to special recognition of the present of the Supervisor Andrew Doe. He's here with us today. Let's put our hands together to welcome him.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and council members, city staff. First, thank you very much for accommodating my schedule, for having me to have me speak earlier. Before I start into what I came here to speak about, I just want to say that what you are doing with Be Well OC on the mobile response system is going to benefit the city greatly. I just gave a talk on Saturday about Be Well, so I have some numbers handy. In 18 months from the inception of the mobile response system to the middle, October of 22, we responded to over 12,000 calls, and 87% of those calls did not result in any transport. So 87%, meaning they were not transported to a hospital or to a police department or to the jail. Think about that, 87%. So without the mobile response system, all of those cases would have gone to the police, as you know, and then usually the jail or the ER is where they ended up. So it's going to benefit first the people that need help, but certainly your city in terms of the cost. Well, I'm here to introduce a very exciting project that I hope to get your support. This council has always been very cognizant of the potential that you have for cultural and economic activity in Westminster, and certainly in the Vietnamese American community. You hold the legacy of a community worldwide outside of Vietnam, not just Westminster, not just California alone. And so in 2020, you undertook to do a study focusing on the economic vitality and cultural significance of Little Saigon. And just as an aside, Little Saigon, there are many places that has kind of, used that name. But when people talk about Little Saigon, they're talking about Little Saigon in Orange County, California. And so we should be very proud of that. And out of that study, there was a blueprint. And you remember two of the recommendations were to establish a civic art program and to increase street fixtures along Bolsa Avenue. And if you fly in and out of John Wayne Airport, I've been promoting Little Saigon for the last 8 years. We have the announcement go on all day, so people hear it every time they fly in and out of John Wayne Airport. And when you think of the LA Olympics coming in 2028, and I know it's a few years away, but there's a lot of planning that goes along with that. And at the county, we are already started to undertake to do some of that planning right now. And so the timing for us to take advantage of the recommendations that you all came up with, I think is perfect. And so with that in mind, I am proposing an archway gate to signify Little Saigon to go across, all the way across Bosa Avenue, from the south side on West State Street to the other side, the footprint will be near Cathay Bank. So that's the location, and it's an archway gate. And I have allocated $1 million from my budget towards this project. Thank you. So the design and the construction of this gate should fall within the $1 million allocation that I have made. But there may be some nominal cost that has to do with maybe repositioning of utilities, wet and dry utilities, some street lighting, and certainly assistance with the fees for plan review and permits and inspection that the city can help out with, which we don't expect really to be more than maybe $100,000 at most. I'm not speaking for staff, I just kind of estimate based on a lot of the projects that I've done in the past. So I'm here to ask for your support, and council leadership, it really is key. Having served on a city council before, and certainly for the last 8.5 years on a board of supervisors, leadership from the dais is instrumental in empowering staff to work and to meet these milestones that are so important. One of the most important things that we have to think about is actually the ordering of materials. With the supply chain issues we're still suffering from now, it's important that staff gets direction from the council so that way, once the RFP goes out, we can put in the order for the materials, because it'll take time for that to come. And that would be probably the biggest time consumption of the process, is to wait for materials to come. Construction itself should be only about 3 to 4 months. And if everything goes right, I'm hoping that we can start construction soon after the TED parade, 2024.
Wow.
So I'm hoping we can move along fast. We're in a very fortunate position. We have the money. So we don't have to wait for anything. It's just a matter of direction from the council.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the city councils as well as the city staff, we would like to thank you for taking your time to be here and present us with the exciting projects. There's no question this is a very excited project that we are looking forward to work with the county, and thank you for the offer. And I would like to ask if the city manager or city assistant city manager to work with the county to make sure that we move on with these projects and meet the timeline that outlined by the county. Is that okay?
Yeah, absolutely. We will connect with your staff to talk more about it, and then we'll present something official to the council when that time is right, if that's,
And feel free to reach out to my office with any questions. I have the original letter, which I will leave with the clerk, and then 8 copies for the council, city manager, and city attorney, and the assistant city manager as well. So the specifics are in the letters, and so review that, and if you have any questions, there's phone number and contact info in there.
If I may ask a question.
Thank you for choosing the city of Westminster. There's no doubt that it's an honor for us to have the projects.
Thank you.
I have a question,
Yes,
if I may.
please, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Supervisor, for coming today. I just want to know, you mentioned that the budget is $1 million that you're allocating towards this. Do you know the cost of the whole project? And if so, $1 million, would it be enough? And who is to make up for the balance? So I'm not sure what the cost of the project is.
I have spoken with engineers, with a team of not just the design, but construction, and we have looked at the area where the gate will be built to look at the location to see what type of engineering we would take to construct such a gate. And their estimate is $1 million for the construction of the gate. Now, that's not including the artwork which I will also take care of also. The key here is to have a gate. What we put on the gate is, right, that's still up for us to decide, but I will also take care of that expense myself.
Well, thank you. And where is this gate again? I mean, I didn't capture that.
So if you think of Cathay Bank, so the
Okay.
footing will be on the north side, near the sidewalk, and then it'll go
Just brief.
across Bolsa, and it would be at the corner of Bolsa Avenue and West State Street.
Okay, so it's not a bridge like it was proposed at one time?
It's a gate,
It's a
right.
gate, and it's probably just, it's not functional, it's not a functional gate where you actually close and
Oh,
open?
No.
No, so it's
No.
just there
No.
for, I see. All right.
Gateway.
Thank you.
A gateway.
Like-
Yeah,
Thank you.
Mayor, can I
Yeah,
have?
yes.
Thank you.
I want to personally thank you, Supervisor Doe. Yeah, I've been working with staff and try to find a way to fund something like this. I think it's, I've brought this vision to the staff and the council, previous council, and we just could not find a way to even find a way to start the funding. And I've been saying it, like, if you have you go to Little Italy and they have the Little Italy sign, you go to Chinatown, you go to all these other areas, not only in California, but New York, Chicago. It's like, why don't we have one in Little Saigon? So thank you so much for bringing this funding to us. And I just want to also ask staff, like I'm working with staff, is if we can use some municipal lighting money on this, depending on the way that it's designed, that maybe we're trying to get creative with the funding, but now that you came in here, well, thank you so much for that, so I really
Well,
appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you, Councilman Manzo, for your support and the council's support. I will tell you, this is just the beginning. The next step is I'm going to work with the city of Westminster to work with the Department of Interior in their park services to get a historical designation for Little Saigon.
Yeah.
I mean, I started that conversation already. I just came back from DC late last week. And this is something that we at the county will work with the city to help you to get that designation, which then really entitles you to a lot of tax credit, grants, because even though we're still relatively new, and I say that in a historical context, because they define historical as anything over 50 years. We're almost there. We're like almost 49, right? But soon we'll meet that requirement, and I think it's time. And this gate will really put the imprint on the cultural component of Little Saigon.
For sure.
And
With
so
this
I really
important
appreciate
issue,
your support.
For sure.
With this important topic, I'd like to go ahead and invite Vice Mayor Nguyen, and then after that, Councilmember West.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Supervisor Rudolph, for being here. Take your time to share with us your incredible news. I believe that this kind of idea has been, going on. We talk about this one on and off, but it's never, get to the point like today. So thank you for, make it. Thank you for make it, come true. And I think once we have it installed, it's going to be great. It's going to be great. When people come to Little Saigon, they know this is Little Saigon, not anywhere else. Thank you for making it come true.
Councilmember West.
Just one
Thank you.
moment before.
Go
Oh,
ahead.
sorry. Ms. Stein, this is the first warning to you. No, you can sign up and talk later on. No more, please. Otherwise, I have to exercise. No, not right now, please. Okay, it's council. We are working. We do the city business right now. I ask you to sit quietly until your turn. Please write out the green slip and then, wait until your turn. Thank you very much. It's the first warning issue to you, okay? So sorry about that, Council,
Just one quick,
Supervisor Doe.
I think when it's constructed and with the Tet Parade proceeding under that gate, The image would just be beautiful. I can't wait to, and especially if we can get it done, and then when we have the Tet Parade in '25, that's the 50th anniversary. I mean, the timing couldn't be better. Sorry.
Councilmember West.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Thank you Supervisor Andrew Joe for coming here and partnering up with the City of Westminster, because we've been really want to move the city forward and bring investors and businesses into our city by having this gateway. I think that is another way significant for our city. So thank you so much for your partnership with us, and we look forward for future partnership. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Mayor, if I just
Yes,
may,
please.
just to kind of
City.
be consistent with what we've said, I think we've just been communicating and responding briefly back to him, not a discussion.
Right.
In order to have a discussion, what we'll do is we'll take what you've presented, staff will meet with county, and we'll come back with a more organized something for you to approve.
Yes, it would have to be agendized with recommended actions, and then at
Yes.
that point, legal counsel will then negotiate the legal thing, and then the technical part will be done by city
For
staff.
sure.
so.
We are not going to deeply into the discussion of
Yeah.
this issue. because-
Perfect.
yeah.
That's his job.
Thank you very much for
Thank
being
you.
here.
Good night.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you, Andrew.
Okay, now is oral communication. I'd like to ask Madam Clerk, go ahead and read the instruction into the record.
Thank you, Mayor. This is the time of the meeting that members of the public may address the City Council regarding any items of the agenda or non-agenda items that are within the subject matter jurisdiction, except public hearing items. Members of the public wishing to address public hearing items shall do so at the time of the public hearing unless otherwise extended by a majority vote of the City Council. Comments shall be limited to 3 minutes per speaker. Any person wishing to address the City Council in person should complete a green speaker slip that is provided at the entrance to the council chambers and submit the card to the city clerk. When your name is called, please step to the podium at that time and state your name and the city of residence for the record.
Thank you very much. I need to read you the resolution 4963. That's a resolution passed by the mayor and the city council of the city of Westminster. And this is the rules of decorum and civility at city council meeting. Section 1 is a civility policy. In order to safeguard participatory democracy in Westminster, all members of the public attending the city council meeting in Westminster should strive to treat everyone with courtesy, listen to city officials, city staff, and other members of the public respectfully, exercise self-control and avoid threats of violence and allow insulting, demeaning, or offensive communication. Be open-minded and consider all viewpoints. Focus on the issue and avoid personalizing debate. Embrace respectful disagreement as they are inherent components of an inclusive public process and are tools for forging sound decision. Allow all members of the public to speak without intimidation and interruption. Section 2 is the rules of decorum. And again, I'm not going to read everything. If you want a copy of that, you can always ask staff for it. No person attending a city council meeting shall repeatedly and excessively engage in disorderly conduct that disrupt, or otherwise impedes the orderly conduct of the meeting. All persons attending city council meeting shall obey any lawful order of the mayor presiding official, which is me, to enforce the rules of decorum. All persons attending city council meeting shall listen courteously and attentively to all public discussions at the meeting and avoid interrupting members of the public addressing the city council or city officials. Members of the public shall address the city council regarding items that are within the subject matter jurisdiction and shall refrain from personal attack upon individual council members if the comments are not within the subject matter jurisdiction. Now, if not, if public do not follow that, then we have to do, we have the enforcement of the rules, decorum for civility policy, and that is, in the event of that any member of public breaches the rules of decorum in a manner that disrupt, or otherwise impede the orderly conduct of the city council meeting, the mayor presiding official, which is me, shall issue an official and order warning for that person to cease the offending conduct. Now, if all fails, then you may ask to leave the city council chambers because we have business to conduct. Now, in addition to that, please be mindful that we have kids and students who probably watching city council over Zoom or via online. Then we need you to be cognizant about, their attendance and make sure that we refrain from using profanity language, which I don't know. I think that nobody wants to have their children listen to that kind of language. So I would like to ask you, please refrain from that kind of language. With that, I'd like to open oral communication. Please, Scott, first public.
Thank you, Mayor. Our first speaker is Chris McCarver with Branded Cities.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. My name is Chris McCarver. I'm with Branded Cities. Our office address, our corporate office address is 2850 East Camelback Road in Phoenix, Arizona. I just wanted to speak very quickly on one of the agenda items. We are very interested in the RFP that was issued in December of 2022 for the construction and operation of 2 double-faced outdoor advertising signs along I-405. Branded Cities is a company that specializes in iconic signs and iconic locations. We are known in the outdoor advertising industry as the quote-unquote go-to company for iconic one-of-a-kind displays. Without a doubt, these signs that are being contemplated along 405 certainly fit that description, and we're very excited to be considered for this project. A lot of information can be found on our website, but I wanted to just highlight a couple of things in just a minute here. Number one, we're a full-service sign company. We have sales, graphic design, content management, real estate, permitting, and accounting. I've been in the outdoor industry for 31 years. All of those 31 years have been in real estate and public affairs. It's the company's style to carry a project from inception through construction, sales, and management. I attend meetings, interface with constituents, collaborate with city staff and officials to bring opportunities to fruition. And if awarded this opportunity, I would do the same here in Westminster. Number two, our sales organization is very thoughtful and deliberate on who we approach and the points on why our offering should be a valued asset to the marketer's campaign. The proposed signs are standalone signs that will be sold to maximize their individual value. Unlike other companies, we do not package the inventory with other inventory of a lesser value. We do not use these proposed signs to quote-unquote prop up other inventory that either has visibility issues or lower traffic counts. Number three, service and the desire to maintain a high standard for our inventory is very important to Branded Cities. All of our warrantied work, the people that we work with to go out and deal with any sort of repair or maintenance issues, from the time that we call them, the agreement that we have with all of our contractors is that they have to be out on site within 4 hours to maintain the advertising signs. And lastly, this, a lot of people kind of consider this a bit of an intangible. I consider this, however, though, a very tangible thing that I just wanted to raise. The city staff here has been leaning forward and work. Sorry.
I'm sorry, the 3 minutes is up.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Danny Meza.
Good evening, City Council, Mayor. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me. I want to talk about Dorothy Lane right behind the trailer park. I spoke with Amy Fan West, who lives in the trailer homes right there. We have RVs, homeless, drugs, people just partying there all night. And I wish there'd be more enforcement throughout the city because it's starting to just get worse and worse. And we're trying to make Westminster a better place, and it is a great place, but we're letting all these things just accumulate with all these homeless people and drugs. And my wife can't even walk down the street or go for a walk. My daughter can't even go for a bike ride because of the fear of something happening to her. And I just wish that that would be addressed a little bit more. The other part was, it's in regards to Amy Fan West with Title 42, the study she's bringing up. I think it's a waste of taxpayer money. It has nothing to do with on a local level, and District 1 needs a lot of help, and I wish that would just be addressed, not Title 42, because it has nothing to do with Westminster. That's a federal issue, not a local issue, and I wish that would just be addressed on the federal level. And I don't appreciate being berated on social media like you did today, Amy. If, you know, she won't even look at me now. But I don't appreciate that. I just asked you a simple question online, and you try to insult my intelligence. You can roll your eyes all you want and look down, but that's just not the way to treat the people who you represent in your district. And I just wanted to throw my 2 cents into that. Wanted to show my daughter what the civics is for the city. And I just want to have an open dialogue with people who represent my district and not have my intelligence or have her try to insult my intelligence. But I would like to speak with her. I do thank you for taking the time to speak with me 2 weeks ago. We had a very good conversation about a lot of topics. But I want to bring up also the dispensary issue for recreational marijuana. What is your stance on that, Amy? I mean, it would be in District 1. I'm for it. It's going to be taxed. It's more money for the city. And we have quite a few bars up and down Westminster Boulevard and in that area. And I don't see how this would impact the city anymore versus just bringing in tax revenue. Nobody's going to be sitting there smoking pot and driving around. Most people are going to get what they're going to get and go home. People go to bars, sit there, get drunk, drive, and endanger all these other people. And those are just a few of the issues I wanted to bring up. I don't want to take up too much more of the time, but I just want to say thank you to everybody for doing what you're doing with the city and just trying to make everything better because things are going down all around. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for coming out and express your opinions and ideas. And I'm sure that for the safety, the security of your area, staff will work with you on that to make sure that we close the gap. Thank you very much. Next, if you have.
You want me to address some of the stuff?
It's up to you. If you want to have a brief comment about this, otherwise we can save it at the end.
Yeah, so Danny, I really appreciate that. We had a good conversation in the last 2 weeks ago. I'm happy you called. And I know that you had misunderstanding, you want clarification. So you heard it from the horse mouth. And I appreciate you do that because not a lot of residents do that, but I appreciate you doing it. So you heard where I stand on different issues. This is the first time you bring up other issues, but just to address the homeless situation with the RVs, I've been working closely with the chief of police as well and the resident of the city of Westminster. They message me on my government page and I do address it. And each time they message me on the government page, I do it, and I contact staff from potholes to homeless situation, I do it. And staff can testify to it. So If other questions you have, I'll be more than happy to address. Just give me a call or message me on the government page, and I'll call you back. Okay?
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Courtney Dorney with WAG's Pet Adoption.
Hello. Thank you, City Council members, Mayor, Commander Weber was here, and the Chief was here. I wanted to say thank you to them as well for allowing me to speak to you tonight. It has been an amazing 12 years, and we are honored to provide the City of Westminster with the high-quality animal care services that WAGS is known for. We enjoy being an integral part, an important part of Westminster's services to its citizens. I thought I would take a minute to update you, since there are a few new faces up here since the last time I was at this podium. So just a couple of stats just to help you guys out. The first one is that WAGS has adopted out just under 30,000 pets since 2011. Those are Westminster and Stanton animals that are coming into our building. Last year's adoption number was just under 1,500, and so far in 2023, we have proudly adopted over 300 pets, and we're hopeful to exceed last year's numbers. We have sent over 1,600 dogs, cats, and kittens into foster care since January 1st of 2022, which has not only helped us save more lives, but allowed us to focus on the more critical cases within our shelter. Being able to lean on the support of our community has really made WAGS what it is today. We have roughly 150 active volunteers and foster families that are combined. Because of them, we are able to get help with laundry, donations of food, animal care, yard cleanup, social media shares, and pet detectives that are helping us reunite lost pets with their owners. We know that we are asking for an increase of our base, but this is not only to be able to continue our beneficial programs, but also, and most importantly, to provide care for what we think will be a grand total of intakes of over 3,200 pets by the end of 2023. To put some perspective on this, our previous yearly intake numbers have been between 2,500 and 3,000. So it's definitely going to be an increase this year if the trend follows how it's been so far. We are available for questions. Michelle, our CEO, is here with me as well, and would be honored to give any of you tours of our facility so that we can show you what we and your citizens are so proud of. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Victoria Kim Cooper.
Thank you. What time?
Chị bắt đầu đi, chị có 6 phút.
Thank you. I am Victoria Cooper.
Her name is
Last name
Victoria.
Last name Cooper là của chồng tôi.
Her husband name.
Việt Nam Veteran Hero. Yeah. Và tôi hôm nay tôi nhắc lại một lần nữa, thị trưởng Mạnh Chí hãy tôn trọng sự thật. Nếu mà City Hall mời Andy Cục Đổ đến đây để nói chuyện cho hội đồng thành phố nghe, thì đừng có cho chúng tôi nghe, mà chúng tôi chỉ cần có hỏi một câu thôi là cái tên Gavin Newsom nó chấn lột tiền thuế của người dân Mỹ của chúng tôi cả tỷ đô, mấy tỷ đô để mua cái ẩm chó, cái mát, và bao nhiêu là cái hóa chất của tàu chệt để mà nó đem nó bắt người dân Mỹ chúng tôi trở thành những con chó cẩu chệt lừa.
She said she wants Mr. Mayor Charlie to be honest, to be straightforward. If you're gonna invite Supervisor Andrew Doe to come here to speak to the council, she prefers you to invite him to speak to you guys. She doesn't want to listen to him. She says she's more concerned with all the issues.
But my name là Victoria Kim Cooper, không phải là Bùi Kim Thành. Mà tại sao thị trưởng mà không nói được một cái tên đúng của cử tri của mình, căm thù cái tên của tôi?
She said, why couldn't you mention her by her name, Victoria Cooper, and why you hated her name?
Tôi muốn hỏi một câu với Andy Cậu Đỏ thôi, phải có trách nhiệm với tiền thuế của người dân, không thể trắng lột tiền thuế của người dân để mà đem đi bảo kê cho đồng bọn. Rồi coi ngay tại thành phố Westminster này mà lại trở thành ra là một bầy mà đảng phái mà phe nhóm với nhau để mà coi như trấn lột tiền thuế của người dân Mỹ chúng tôi.
She said she's very angry with Supervisor Enrudo. She said he is responsible and should be responsible to manage the county's fund, public fund. Instead, she said he's embezzlement. I don't know if I can use the word embezzle, but he mishandled the fund to enrich, to profit his self-interest group, self-serving, only to benefit among his groups, his luckies, including you guys.
Tôi đến đây để mà nói sự thật, để bảo vệ cái luật pháp và hiến pháp nước Mỹ năm 1776 đang vẫn còn là hiệu nghiệm, và tôi đến đây để đòi lại cái chiến thắng long trời lở đất ngày 3 tháng 11 năm 2020 của người dân Mỹ. Chúng tôi đã vote cho Tổng thống Donald Trump trong won in a landslide November 3rd, 2020 up to now.
She said she's here to protect the Constitution established in 1776, also the victory of former President Trump.
Và hiện nay là tổng thống của nước Mỹ đang là tổng thống Donald Trump 45, 46, 47 và up to trong win 2024, không phải là cái thằng Sleepy Joe Biden mà tội đồ phản quốc của đảng Dân Chủ tội đồ.
To her, her president still President Donald Trump, 45, 46, 47, not President Joe Biden.
Và xin được một lần nữa kính tri ân cảnh sát Westminster luôn luôn cùng đồng hành với người dân Mỹ chúng tôi bảo vệ luật pháp và hiến pháp nước Mỹ. Còn những kẻ nào mà lợi dụng cái quyền làm người mà coi như vô đây để mà bưng bô cho cộng sản của bố BC, cái Việt Nam Airlines nó đem bố
Please address the city council.
nó đem nó buôn lậu ma túy mà xong rồi nó đem nó được tha bổng, trong khi là ở tại nước Mỹ này thằng Sleepy Joe nó phá nát biên giới, nó đem nó đưa heroin, fentanyl vô trong nước Mỹ này để giết người dân Mỹ chúng tôi, mà bao nhiêu là tiền mà coi như là nó giết người dân Mỹ chúng tôi, mà trong này là những người là công dân Mỹ mà lại là đồng bọn của City Hall này, của thị trưởng Trí Tạ được quyền của Mạnh Trí thì được quyền là chửi bới nghị viên Kim Ly Hồ hay là cựu cảnh sát nghị viên Tài Đỗ đã dám ngăn cản cái tội ác trấn lột tiền thuế của người dân chúng tôi để chia chác nhau tiền cúm Vũ Hán, Corona, China mà anh đi đổ là phải có trách nhiệm chứ không phải là để mà trấn lột, mà hiện nay có một số kẻ đã bị tù rồi, cho nên tôi đã kiện thằng Sleepy Joe, thằng Gavin Newsom 1 tỷ đô vì cái tội ác nó trấn lột tiền thuế của người dân Mỹ, nó mua cái loại mỏng chó, nó bắt người dân Mỹ chúng tôi đi ra ngoài đường phải cover cái miệng lại là chó đi hay chừng, đó là tội ác.
She said she's grateful to the police, Westminster Police Department, protecting our citizens and serving the public. But she's, I forget, I'm sorry, I have to use word condemning the people that's siding with the communist Vietnam and the people that's mismanaging the city's fund to enrich themselves.
Yeah. Và thị trưởng Mạnh Trí là dừng cái tội ác phe đảng coi thường dân.
And she said, stop it. Thank you.
Thank you. Phiên dịch rất là tốt. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Michael Varengia.
Thank you. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do better than that young lady or not. Let me start off. Item 5.2, the Westminster Community Foundation. I noticed that there was no public notices, no applications, no anything trying to get people to volunteer to become part of this group. Apparently, you didn't want anybody from out in the public actually coming in that you couldn't control, I take it. You more or less wanted your friends and your hangers-on as part of this community foundation. That's the only way I could take it, because there was nothing out there for anybody to apply for. Item 5.4, please adopt this for WAGs. These people do a fabulous job. My wife and I are very proud to work with them, getting the laundry and helping these folks out. They do a great job over there, and every day, sadly, they take in more and more pets that either run away or people are dumping in our city, and they're the ones who wind up having to take care of them. So I do hope you approve this. Item 6.2, what does that have to do with the city of Westminster complaining about Title 42 being extended? How is that going to directly affect this city and the shortage of funds and the mismanagement of the city? By sending a letter to U.S. representatives and looking at the administration that's currently in power, they're going to look at that, and they're going to laugh, and they're going to tear it up and throw it away. And it's going to be a waste of paper. I don't know whether it's just another grandstanding for the princess over here or what, but that's apparently the way it looks to a lot of people out in the community. Also, I want to congratulate you, Mayor, for actually signing some cover letters. That was very nice to see your signature on those. And I'm glad that you finally stepped up to the plate and took care of that. That's the way it should be. You're elected by the city at large. You're the voice of the city, whether it be for Sacramento or back in Washington, D.C. Basically, you're the man for the city. So I'm glad to see that you finally stepped up and you signed it instead of having somebody else write on there, oh yeah, by the way, I'm signing this for the city of Westminster. No, when you sign it, that means it's coming from the city and it's coming from the entire city council. And lastly, Amy, when this gentleman back here was speaking, not once did I see you look up and watch the man speak with his concerns. Not once. Thank you. Perfect timing.
Our next speaker is Jazz Cannon with vets4nrf.org.
Good evening, Your Excellencies. My name is Jazz Cannon, and I'm an Afghan American. As we gather here today, we cannot ignore the dire situations that women in Afghanistan are facing under the terrorist Taliban regime. The return of the Taliban to power has been a devastating blow for women's rights. 2 years ago, when the U.S. soldiers were stationed in Afghanistan, we had more female members of the parliament than the United States Congress. But today, we have none. 2 years ago, we had millions of women and girls in schools. Today, we have no women in universities, and the girls' schools are shut down by the terrorist Taliban. 2 years ago, the terrorist Taliban invaded the capital of Afghanistan, and the world did nothing, and they remain silent. They took away women's rights, and the world just remained silent. They snatched away our basic human rights, and the world remained silent. The Taliban called on their soldiers to target pro-American voices in America, and even then, the world remained silent. Last week, they sent a terrorist to cross the border 79 miles away from here, and even then, except for a few brave voices, most of the world remained silent. Nelson Mandela's widow just announced that what's happening in Afghanistan is an apartheid, and even now, Washington, D.C. and United Nations remain just silent. But today, by declaring September 9 Ahmad Shah Massoud Day, this council and the city of Westminster has spoken. No more silence. Westminster has proved that the real America and the people of this great city stand for freedom, for equality, and for justice. Please know that Afghanistan, thank you. Ahmad Shah Massoud is the national hero of Afghanistan who resisted to protect the rights of all Afghans, especially women and children. And as we reflect on the current situation and the legacy of Massoud, we must continue to support the Afghan people, especially women and children. So in conclusion, let us honor the memory of Massoud by continuing to champion the values of liberty, democracy, and human rights. And let us remember some of his final words, end quote, "Whether or not I live, the Afghan resistance will continue." On behalf of Legend and the entire team of Vets for NRF, and on behalf of the Massoud Foundation, I thank you. I would also like to especially thank Councilwoman Amy Fan West for not only defending women's rights here in their own city.
Your time is up.
Okay, thank you very much.
I just want, on behalf of the city staff and city council as well as, we want to make sure that you know that we always been with you. We're not silenced. And today, again, we will speak up with the proclamation to you later on.
Thank you very much. It's been our honor. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Robert Kemner with vetsfornrf.org.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and others, thank you for this opportunity to speak with you. My name is Bob Kemner. I'm a U.S. Army veteran. I was deployed twice in Afghanistan. And I don't live in California. I actually live in the East Coast. I live in North Carolina right now. But when I learned about the proclamation, I flew out here so that I could speak to you and express my appreciation. For 20 years, our military fought the Taliban. We won every battle that we had with the Taliban and the terrorists that were there. In August 2021, politicians lost the war. They gave up Afghanistan to the Taliban terrorists. Since that day, the Taliban has become a safe haven for terrorist groups that train within Afghanistan. It's a paradise for them because there's no one opposing them anymore, except a small group known as the National Resistance Front. The Taliban prints passports, and they send their terrorists overseas. Title 42 recently ended. We're seeing a much bigger influx of people crossing our border. And just last week, we had a Taliban terrorist on the FBI watch list with a Taliban-issued passport trying to cross the border. And it was less than 100 miles from where we're sitting today. By declaring September 9th as Massoud Day, this city is taking a stand again alongside America's veterans and saying no to terrorism and yes to freedom. The proclamation gives hope to the freedom-loving people of Afghanistan and to their defenders, the National Resistance Front, led today by Ahmad Massoud, son of Ahmad Shah Massoud. On behalf of Legend, our organization, Vets for NRF, and the 800,000 American veterans of the Afghan war who want freedom for their brothers and sisters in Afghanistan, I'd like to express my appreciation to each of you for your support with this proclamation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mark Nugent with vetsfornrf.org.
Hello, my name is Mark Nugent, U.S. Army Captain, Vets for NRF from Irvine. We hear presidents, senators, members of Congress constantly claiming they will do whatever the veteran community wants. As a retired U.S. Army captain, I will tell you what the veterans of the Afghan war want to see right now. Since our withdrawal and abandonment of Afghanistan in August 2021, veterans have shown their unwavering support for the National Resistance Front of Afghanistan and their fight for freedom. For many American veterans, their service in Afghanistan was a deeply personal experience as we witnessed firsthand the courage and resilience of the Afghan people and formed lasting bonds with our Afghan partners. However, we also saw the Taliban terrorists' oppression, brutality, and violent killings of innocent women and children. That is why we deny the Taliban and say proudly we are Vets for NRF. Many lives have been lost for the fight for freedom, and we know our fallen brothers would want us to continue just if we had fallen in battle ourselves. This proclamation of September 9th as Ahmad Shah Massoud Day by the City of Westminster is so meaningful to myself and other veterans across the country. It sends a message of hope to the oppressed people of Afghanistan that they are not alone and that the real America stands with them. On behalf of Legend and thousands of other veterans, I would like to express our heartfelt gratitude to the City of Westminster and Councilmember Amy Fan West for the Massoud Day proclamation. American veterans and the Afghan people alike appreciate your support and solidarity. We continue the struggle for a free Afghanistan, honoring the legacy of Ahmad Shah Massoud and all of the Afghan and American soldiers who gave the ultimate sacrifice. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mark and the team, for being here and flying afar, so we appreciate your support.
Our next speaker is Hung Van Nguyen.
Good evening, Mayor and all council members. On behalf, my name is Hong Nguyen, the chairman of coalition of Vietnam veterans. I come here for asking for the section 3.6. In that day, we apply and we have sound system and tents, and around 300 people we've been gathering. So could you guys look at 3.6 per age? Thank you.
Our next speaker is Westminster Watchdog Terry Raines.
Good evening. The Public Works Open House was great. Loved the check-in card stamped at each station, the goodies, and the great conversations with our hardworking public works staff. We appreciate you all. Item 3.7, weird. I was told we didn't have this agreement, but we do, and now we need to renew it. The city attorney won't objectively prosecute some violators because he's beholden to the Gang of Three for now. Item 5.2, council should not appoint all foundation members with no general recruitment to seek qualified applicants and zero transparency about your selection criteria and choices. This is not a city commission. This is an autonomous nonprofit foundation, but the Gang of Three will likely appoint their unqualified friends as usual. Item 5.3, the 30-year $121.8 million revenue projections are optimistic, but at least there is an annual minimum guaranteed to the city. Branded cities substantially changed their proposal 2 months after submitting it at the request of the city. Is that standard procedure? Billboard placement should be done with as little negative impact as possible on the surrounding neighborhoods. Yes to item 5.4, WAGS has done so much for this community. Item 6.1 is unnecessary. Why a new ordinance about what is not covered in the original one, singling out minors, instead of just improving the definitions on the original one? Hey, what about bake sales, candy grams, snow cones, popcorn, ice cream, kids fundraise from home, all kinds of edibles? No, not cannabis edibles. Item 6.2, Amy, the hypocrite. You promote your own refugee story ad nauseum, but if Title 42 was around in the 80s, you might not even be here. It blocked migrants from applying legally to enter this country, seeking asylum, but it did nothing to deter those not seeking asylum entering illegally. Biden's new rule deems migrants ineligible for asylum here if they don't first seek refuge in a country they pass through on the way, like Mexico, unless they secure an appointment through the CBP One app. If ineligible for asylum, they can be deported and barred from the U.S. for 5 years. If they try to re-enter again, they will face fines and jail time. Border Patrol is opening 2 new holding facilities. ICE is upping deportation flights. HHS, who cares for the unaccompanied migrant children, is increasing capacity. Homeland Security will deploy 1,000 more asylum officers, thousands more law enforcement and contract personnel and volunteers. Biden will veto H.R. 2 if it passes because it reduces humanitarian protections and lawful pathways critical to deterring unlawful entrance, and it prohibits programs like Uniting for Ukraine or Afghanistan. Yesterday, a bipartisan bill, Dignity Act 2023, was introduced. Amy, this is not a city issue. Stop your ignorant, grandstanding, partisan BS. No whereas with your name on it this time, but you want to sign the cover letter, quote, on behalf of the Westminster City Council. You are not authorized to sign anything on behalf of the council. Stop castrating the mayor. Stop wasting city resources. Christian, oh
Oh my God, you spelled border wrong in the 5th clause. Taking spelling lessons from Amy, I see. Council, you were elected to nonpartisan seats. Stay the hell out of this divisive issue and focus on our city. And make sure that we have local control over that archway proposal. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jessica Lassanau.
Good evening. My name is Jessica Lassanau. I live in Westminster, District 1. I'm here to respectfully request that you refrain from sending the resolution regarding Title 42 to President Biden or any other government official on behalf of the city. First and foremost, it's really important to recognize that national issues involve a very complex web of political and social and economic factors. They require comprehensive understanding, extensive research, and really nuanced decision-making. And for this reason, they're best handled at the federal level. Generally speaking, local city councils, while really, and I mean this, invaluable at addressing issues within their jurisdiction, often lack the necessary expertise and resources to navigate federal concerns adequately. Using city time to address national issues at the local level can lead to unintended consequences and also inefficiencies. By diverting your focus and your resources toward national concerns, you're neglecting the pressing local matters that demand more immediate attention. And additionally, when you decide to take a position on national issues like immigration, there's the real potential to divide the community. Subjects like immigration often ignite passionate debates and polarizing opinions among community members with differing perspectives. And as I stated previously, I firmly believe that your role as local officials lies in focusing on the matters that most directly affect your constituents. And I know that the logic is, well, it kind of affects us because we do live in California and criminals can come and this and that. But really what us residents are concerned about are the blight on Westminster Boulevard, public safety when we walk by some of the homeless encampments, infrastructure, and local economic development. By concentrating your effort on those areas locally, you can ensure the well-being and progress of our city. In conclusion, I urge you to resist the temptation to dive into national matters, such as immigration. Focus on local matters that require immediate attention. I kindly request that you refrain from sending any resolution to President Biden or any other government official on behalf of the city of Westminster. And I thank you for your time, and I trust that together we can continue to build a better Westminster for everybody. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lee Nguyen. Lee?
Good evening, everyone. As someone advised me before, I'll try my best from now on to be more courteous and professional and nice. And first off, I'd like to express my support that I stand with all oppressed people or nations, and my prayers are with the Afghanistan people, Ukraine people, and all the nations that are still being oppressed. Back to our city. Well, I'll try to be nice, but since it's concerned the welfare of our cities, and I've seen so many things that I could not agree with or could not support, so I hope you guys would understand. Once in a while, I would fly off the handle and of course, cause you guys a lot of trouble. But you know, that's my right? And that's the main purpose of these oral communication, right? To start off, maybe, you know, why don't you guys just pass the ordinance and get rid of the oral communication in the first place, so you don't have to listen to us anymore. Because it seems like you guys don't need to listen to us, right? Because I've been hearing that someone's been preparing to sue you guys because you, Charlie, have been working with Frank Zhao for 2 years to try to close 2 lanes of the Bosa Avenue, to make it, turn it into parking space. And according to the Register newspaper, they've been talking for 2 years. And according to one of the people in our community, he said that the city will foot all the bill. The city will pay to build a parking structure costing hundreds of millions of dollars from Mr. Frank Zhao. And under the premise, under the excuse of turning the city into an international tourist attraction, it only helped Mr. Frank Zhao because they built the parking structure on his property, his mall. Not only that, it will help him sell the apartment of the Jasmine Place apartments. They could not sell it because it has no parking space. Did you guys tell the people that what you guys gonna do?
Our next speaker, Lee.
So the mayor is going to listen to us. Good evening, everyone here and those who are watching the show at home. Chúng tôi thấy rằng những gì Hội đồng thành phố bàn bạc, thảo luận trước khi bỏ phiếu thành luật là điều rất quan trọng. Không phải chuyện phím bên bàn cà phê hay chuyện ngồi lê đôi mắt của những người đàn bà rảnh rỗi nhiều chuyện. Vì vậy chỉ nên giữ kín trong nội bộ của các thành viên trong Hội đồng thành phố. Tuyệt đối không được để lộ ra ngoài cho phe đảng đồng bọn của mình âm mưu tìm cách chống đối. Quý vị lập phe, lập đảng để trở thành đa số thì dĩ nhiên những người trong nhóm thiểu số không bao giờ có cơ hội để cất lên tiếng nói cho người dân. Thì quý vị còn sợ gì mà sai đồng chí của mình tới đây để phản đối điều này?
Anything being planned or discussed in a closed session is very important. It's not some trivial or amusing pastime chat during a coffee break or some gossip from an old woman's tale. Therefore, it should be kept within council chambers. Never will it leak to the outside world so that your comrades can secretly plan ahead to oppose it. You guys teamed up to be a majority gang, and then those from the minority will never have a chance to speak up for their constituents. Why were you so scared that you hired your comrades to come yell at your council rivals?
Chúng tôi không ủng hộ bất cứ nghị viên Việt Nam nào ở đây. Chúng tôi nhận thấy rằng trong những đồng chí của quý vị có một người rất trung thành. Người này miệt mài, tận tụy, có mặt trong tất cả các buổi họp của thành phố. Người này cũng được nhiều người trong cộng đồng tị nạn biết đến, nhất là khi ông ta có dính líu vào một vụ tai tiếng của một ngôi chùa trong vùng. Ông này không những chỉ là một Phật tử, mà hình như còn là một huynh trưởng của gia đình Phật tử để dìu dắt thế hệ trẻ, được các phụ huynh gửi tới chùa để học giáo lý nhà Phật. Chúng tôi không phải là Phật tử, nhưng chúng tôi biết rằng Đức Phật dạy chúng sinh từ bi hỷ xả. Người con Phật không được sân si, gây thù chuốc oán hay tạo ra những nghiệp chướng, để rồi chính mình sẽ phải trả giá cho những việc làm đó.
First of all, we don't support any Vietnamese council members here. We notice that among your comrades, there's a very loyal one. This person is notoriously recognized in our community, especially when he was involved in a controversial dispute with a Buddhist temple. This old dude is not only a devout Buddhist disciple, but also a leader of some Buddhist youth organization at the temple. We're not pious, religious, and devoted followers, but we're pretty sure that Buddha's teaching were all about affection, forgiveness, and compassion, not aggression, hostility, or belligerence.
Ở tuổi này rồi, ông nghĩ cuộc đời của ông còn dài lắm sao? Tại sao ông không nghĩ đến một ngày không xa lắm, ông sẽ phải ngồi trên xe lăn trong một viện dưỡng lão nào đó? Đức Phật có dạy ông phải gây hấn tấn công một người không thù oán gì với ông, và đó chỉ là một người đàn bà. Ông có thấy xấu hổ với con cháu của mình vì những việc làm hạ cấp này không? Có phải ông làm những việc vô đạo đức, vô lương tâm này để đánh đổi lấy một chức vụ trong thành phố mà ông mới nhận được không?
Mister, at this age, do you think you still have a very long life to enjoy? Just think of the future that you might be in a wheelchair or some nursing home. Did Buddha teach you to keep irritating and attacking someone who hasn't done anything to hurt you? Moreover, that person is just a woman. Do you feel shameful to your children by conducting such immature and ridiculous behavior? Did you perform all these continuing unethical personal attacks as an exchange for a position you were recently granted in the City Council?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tina Tapia.
Hello. My name is Tina, and I have made copies for each of you guys too as well. My name is Tina, and these are my boys. The medicine wheel has a different meaning for some, but for my family, it was a symbol of our turning point. When a door closes, another one opens. Our path will soon be taking shape. Right before we had moved, a couple weeks before Indigenous Day, I had made ribbon shirts to wear to school for my boys to show pride, to educate others. We honored their shirts the same color as the medicine wheel. We knew the door was closing, and it was only fair to accept and learn to follow our path and give our respects and thanks to our bad years as making us learn as the good years we had with the city we leave behind. Before this pandemic happened, we had moved to Riverside back in December from OC due to school violence and corruption within the city. We had no other choice and decided to go to take our lives back, learning our history. Once we moved, it was difficult explaining to the school again that my boys' health was more important than their grades. I knew I wasn't getting anywhere with my boys, only got more frustrated with me. I picked up my boys from their new school and decided to drive the opposite way when I saw the Sherman Indian School Cemetery, less than a mile from their new school. A few days later, my husband and I took our boys there. We gave our thanks and prayers to the children who lost their lives just to go to school. These children have no other choice and were ripped from their families. I showed my boys this is why I wanted the best education for them. This is why I was upset at our school system. This is why I have been fighting for. After reading and doing our own research, we began to feel more important and more empowered about our history. We knew we had to come back to their Flower Day to show our respects once again, but this time we would be with gifts. On May 3rd, Flower Day, my family and I went to give our thanks to our children who died without their mommies and daddies by their side. A handmade garland medicine wheel is made. What we put up in front of the cemetery for the children and families that have been affected now and here. And now we hear your cries, and you are not forgotten, nor will you ever be. I share with you my family history of these historical events that have been forgotten in today's world. Sherman Indian School was founded by the United States government to assimilate Native Americans into the mainstream society, upon which hundreds of Native American children ages 4 and up were removed from their homes and tribal culture, sent to these schools to be educated. Thank you. If you would like to read it, there's more education too for the city. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker and last speaker tonight, Mayor, is Tony Bowie.
Good evening, Mayor,
Vice Mayor and City Council members. I'm Tony Bui, a resident of Westminster for more than 22 years. I keep come up here to first to congratulate your group. The City of Westminster was awarded the excellencies of the economic plan and development, the mall, the master plan for the mall from the Orange County chapter of the American Planning Association. That is good news for the people that you all work together to make the master plan to improve the city of Westminster. However, I heard that our city was a little slow. I just presided a planning commissioner meeting in which a resident complaining it took him 3 years to get a hearing for a variance of the setback of a fence. So I hope that all of you have to modify the way you work, and if you need more help, get more help to expedite the work from the city. And now I would like to inform you that you have to be accountability, and that means in the past, some people advocate for Measure C, which cost the city more than $800,000. I would like to have the accountability of that cost to the city. And who had advocate for that is Council member Kimberly Ho. You had make our city cost West more than $800,000. That is a really bad thing. So would like you to help the people to get the work repay for that cost, because that is our money. And the last thing is trust. You have asked people to do the work, and then you did not. You complain that here is what has been done for the past. You told the people that you will resign if you are not elected as the mayor of City of Westminster, but you keep saying that. That is shameful for people who lost the trust of the people of Westminster. So I request you to resign. Thank you very much for listening to my complaining.
Mayor, we have no further speakers.
All right, thank you very much. Couple of brief comments before we move on. First of all, I just want to let you know that a couple of days ago, I was at the Westminster High School to do the exit interview with other students there. It was great because I've been doing it for the junior high and high school. Surprisingly, that I got one of the interviewer, one of the students, come to me and said that we attended the meeting over Zoom, and we would there's a lot of things that I want to ask you. And I said, today is not the day. Today is the day that you for exit interview. But then I have a chance to talk to him afterward. But I just want to let you know that we, the council, want to thank you all for coming out and express your opinions. But I want to make sure that the students that you are attending the meeting via Zoom understand some of the comments from the public because of the Amendment 1 and the First Amendment, that people have the right to speak. And we, from the council, we don't respond. But that doesn't mean everything you take it literally truth. So I want to make sure that you understand that, and then from there you can evaluate yourself or evaluate the people who are talking about the matters that at the meeting. Now, like there's I wouldn't say that accusation. Let's say that I put it as issues from Mr. Dow again, and I would like to see if I can invite the staff, either the city manager or assistant city manager, addressed about the structures and the project that we're just talking about. What's the matter with that? What did we decide that last time?
Are you talking about the parking structure?
Yes, the parking structure.
Do you wanna-
Yeah, I can add a few things to that. At the last meeting, we presented an update on our strategic plan progress, and we had a request at our last strategic plan session to report back to you on the progress of a private property project that involved a parking structure, and that's what we did. A specific plan was conducted over 16 years ago in that area, and that study was funded by the City of Westminster to essentially increase economic vitality of Little Saigon, starting with the area around the Asian Garden Mall. That was done, like I said, probably 16 years ago. That project was funded by the city, and there was a viable concept of a parking structure. At that point, it really fell upon the hands of private sector to move those ideas forward. I would say over the last couple of, maybe 2 years, we've been approached by the private property owner at the counter as a private property project, and we've had subsequent conversations in which we've connected the private property owner with our staff and our consultant team moving forward. At this time, to this date, there has been no city funding or city staff hours allocated to the project that have not been compensated by the private property owner. Is that a good overview?
I want to thank you for clarifying that, because there is rumors out there, this and that, and you hear it from Mr. Dow, and I don't want to go further into this because it's not agendized, but this is very clear to the public and to those people who attend the meeting. Make sure that you learn the truth from, if you have any questions, if you're ever in doubt, call their city managers or city staff and ask for clarification. I would strongly encourage that. All right, so I would like to end the oral communication here, and we go right into consent calendar. All matters listed under consent calendar are considered routine and may be approved by a single motion followed by a roll call vote. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless members of the City Council or staff request that specific item be removed from the consent calendar for separate action or discussion. Do I have a motion or
I move to
anything?
approve.
I second it.
I'd like to pull item 3.2, the approval of proclamation.
I'd like to amend and pull item 3.2.
Second that amendment.
I pull item 3.2. I heard that there's somebody else pull that?
No, she amended her motion
amended.
to pull 3.2 for you.
Okay.
Because there was already a motion, so there was a motion by Councilmember Ho and then a second by Councilwoman Fan West. But since, or I'm sorry.
Monzo.
Councilmember Monzo. And so she just amended her motion
okay.
for you to
All
pull.
right.
So
Okay.
you're good.
So-
Everyone's good.
Okay, so the motion to approve the rest of the items except for item 3.2.
Yes, Mayor. So I have a motion made by Councilmember Ho, a second by Councilmember Monzo to approve the consent calendar with the exception of item 3.2. I'll go ahead and call roll.
Yes.
Yes,
Councilwoman
please.
Fan West,
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nguyen,
Yes.
and Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
5-0, motion passed.
Okay, item 3.2, the reason I pull is because normally the proclamation is to have the council approve before hand so that we can do the presentation to the agency or to the people. But this item here was not approved at the last meeting. So we would like to I would like to ask the council to approve this item so that we can move on and present it to those
I
who are
second
here
it.
today.
Move to approve item 3.2.
I second.
Okay, move to approve by Council Member Menzo and seconded by
Amy. Councilwoman Fan
Councilwoman
West.
Amy West.
Yeah, so I have a motion to approve consent calendar item 3.2 by Councilmember Monzo, second by Councilwoman Van West. I'll go ahead and
Yes,
call
go ahead.
roll.
Roll call vote, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilwoman Van West?
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo?
Yes.
Councilmember Ho?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nguyen?
Yes.
And Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
5-0, motion passed.
At this point here, I invite the member public there to come forward to the podium, and as also I would like to invite all council members to join me to present the proclamation. Justin. All right, thank you very much for flying in here. I know that it takes a lot of times for you, and a lot of effort for you to be here. But we are, like you said, we are not silenced. We are with you all the way, and today we prove it to you that we are not silenced by providing the proclamation to you, Masood Day, September 9, 2023. Whereas the City of Westminster honors the sacrifices of the late Ahmad Shah Massoud in protecting and defending the people of Afghanistan. And whereas Ahmad Shah Massoud, known as the Afghanistan Napoleon and the Lions of Panjshir, was a founding father of the resistance against the Soviet invasion in the 1980s, and then against the Taliban and Al-Qaeda in the 1990s. And whereas Ahmad Shah Massoud is recognized as a legendary guerrilla leader and anti-communist and anti-terrorist resistant leader for his major contribution toward securing an independent Afghanistan. And whereas Ahmad Shah Massoud unrivaled devotion to his people and the country allowed his legacy to live on after he was assassinated by Al-Qaeda 2 days prior to 9/11. And whereas Ahmad Shah Massoud's aspiration for a free Afghanistan that is an ally of the United States of America, and the free world lives on in the National Resistance Front of Afghanistan, now led by his son, Commander Ahmad Massoud. And whereas Ahmad Shah Massoud, inspired by formation of VET for NRF, I'm sorry, a US-based non-profit organization which strives to show the gratitude of the Afghan people to the 800,000 American veterans of Operation Enduring Freedom, and continues to improve the relationship between Afghanistan and the United States of America. And whereas Ahmad Shah Massoud inspired the formation of Massoud Foundation USA that provides meals, medical treatment, and education to women and children of Afghanistan. Now, therefore, I, Chi Charlie Nguyen, Mayor of the City of Westminster, on behalf of the Vice Mayor Nam Quang Nguyen and Council members Amy Fan West, Carlos Menzo, and Kimberly Ho, do hereby proclaim September 9, 2023 as Masood Day in the City of Westminster, and encourage residents to participate in caring for their friends and providing hope to those in need. Signed and dated this 24th day of May 2023 by City Council and Chi Charlie Nguyen, Mayor, Nam Quang Nguyen, Vice Mayor, District 4, Amy Fan West, Council Member, District 1, Carlos Menzo, Council Member, District 2, and Kimberly Ho, Council Member, District 3. And this proclamation introduced by Council Member West, and I would like to give her the honor to present this one to you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. So the Masood Day was very, very important to us because in the city of Westminster, we are refugee people. We escaped from tyranny and dictatorship. We understand what tyranny means. We understand what not having anything and what it means to have someone chase you down, kill you. So that's why Afghanistan, what you guys are going through, I understand the tyranny and the slaughtering, especially with this administration withdraw our troop, and they left behind our allies. And we know that was another 2.0 of Vietnam, what happened when the helicopter fly off of the embassy. And then not only that, we understand that our allies are being captured, torture, murder, and skin. And then not only that, but our women and children or give over into as sex slave. And it's unprecedented of what this president have done. And it's uncalled for, especially human, we care for human life, but I feel like this administration have not stood with the Afghanistan, our allies, and that's unacceptable. So I just want to say briefly, Ahmad Saad Masood is known as the Lion of Peshawar. He was a fearless warrior, a symbol of hope for the Afghanistan people, and was America's greatest ally. Commander Masood, unwavering commitment to freedom, justice, and peace embody the spirit of Afghanistan. Throughout his life, he fought relentlessly against the force of tyranny, oppression, and extremism that sought to undermine the values and aspiration of his people. Commander Masood recognized the power of education, the power of knowledge, was paramount to overcoming the darkness of ignorance and extremism. Under his leadership, school was built and education flourished, for it was the key to build a better future for Afghanistan. Commander Masood led the resistance against Soviet occupation and later fought against the oppressive Taliban regime. His military strategy was characterized by audacity, intelligence, and an intimate understanding of Afghanistan terrain. Despite being outnumbered and outgunned, Masood's force held their ground, inspiring the nation and earning him the respect of his adversaries. Commander Masood envisioned a nation where diversity was celebrated, where the rights of women were protected, and where democracy flourished. Let us stand united against tyranny, oppression, and extremism, and support the resistance so that they can fight the Taliban in Afghanistan, so that the war will not be here in America. Let us, Commander Masood inspire us to strive for a world where justice prevails, where freedom reigns, and where human spirit triumphs against all odds. Thank you for being here tonight to receive this proclamation from this beautiful city of Westminster. God bless you guys. Thank you.
Congratulations. Do you want to say something?
Hello, my name is Mark Nugent, U.S. Army Captain, retired. I just want to say thank you, Mayor. Thank you to the City Council. Very grateful. Thank you for the support. That's all that is said. So, thank you.
On behalf of Legend and Vets for NRF and the Masood Foundation, I would like to thank you, council members, and a special thank you to Councilwoman Amy Fan West for defending the rights of women, not only in your own city, but also around the globe. So thank you very much.
Again, my name is Bob Kim. I'm a retired Army Sergeant First Class. I know how good the people in Afghanistan are. I had 2 deployments there, and I found the people to be amazingly kind, hospitable, friendly to strangers. What's going on now is a tragedy. We have a humanitarian crisis, and we have the national security risk for America as well, and for other countries, for our other allies. So thank you very much to the City of Westminster for supporting this proclamation.
Thank you very much. Time for pictures. All right, thank you very much. Thanks again. Okay.
Oh, one more?
One more. Congratulations. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Pleasure speech. Thank you. Thank you for coming. Pleasure. Thank you very much. Thank you for listening. Sincerely appreciate that.
I'm so sorry for what you just going
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Moving along, we are going to item 5.1. Continue from April 26, 2023 regular meeting. Strategic plan goal number 4. Improve customer service delivered to the community. Strategic plan objective is to present to the City Council to update regarding to the use and the effectiveness of EnerGov and how to make improvements. Staff.
Thank you, Mayor and members of City Council, members of the community. So this item was a strategic plan objective that was talked about earlier this year when we had our strategic planning session. And one of the concerns that the council had expressed during that strategic plan workshop is the effectiveness and use of EnerGov, which essentially is the application that's being used for a lot of the planning and permitting processes in our city. And it was implemented a couple of years ago for a substantial amount of money. So this appeared on the April 26th agenda, and we actually did not have time to discuss it. So tonight, staff will be, we will have, our IT division present, findings and regarding EnerGov. So.
Good evening again, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. As the City Manager was saying, this is a carryover from the City Council Strategic Plan Goals 2 and 6, where you wanted us to evaluate EnerGov. In a sentence, we did find that we were in fact using it and that it did have effectiveness. We also did identify some weaknesses and places where we could be doing a better job with it, and we have addressed those. Our IT consultant, who's from the outside, so he's not a city employee, is here tonight. If you have any technical questions to answer, I could call him up. If you do have questions, if this summary of it is enough, that's fine too. Is there any questions?
Is there any question from the council member? West?
Yes, thank you. So I did look at this and I realized that number 3, where it talks about opportunities, several opportunities for improvement, most of which will be addressed through major version updates that include future feature enhancement. So I guess my question is, what feature enhancement will be added to this update, and what would that look like?
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and introduce Jason Hennessy, who can answer those questions. If there's a specific part of that, because the enhancements are probably something that can take 8 hours to talk about, that if you can be a little more specific, I'll have Jason step up here and answer that question. Otherwise, we're going to be listening to him all night.
Gotcha.
I can give you some general
Yeah, just
responses.
a couple points that it would look like.
So as a part of my review, I interviewed representatives from each of the different departments that use EnerGov and got feedback from them. There were several items that overlapped amongst the departments. I can give you a great example is workflow. So if there is a task that needs to be performed and that task requires a series of steps, it's not a smooth flowing workflow. There's a lot of back and forth, email communications, phone calls. This should all be automated within the application. So in speaking with the application developer, I voiced all of these concerns, and they acknowledged them and said that many of those would be resolved through this latest version that we're moving to. So I can give you a little more info on that
So
if
it'll
you
be
like.
basically smoother transition.
That's the idea,
Perfect.
yes. Yeah. But it's taking some time.
Okay.
So there's a lot of interdependencies because there are other Tyler Technologies products in use at the city. So
Mhm.
we're trying to move all of them forward together.
Okay. And what's the time frame to that, you think?
Well, what I put in the report that I believe you received was September. So I can give you an example of where we are today. The production version that everyone uses is still the same one that's been in use for a couple of years. We have a newer version that's installed and running in the test environment, and we have select representatives from the different departments who have access to that now. They can familiarize themselves with it. If they run into problems or have questions, we can address those with the software developer before we bring the whole city up to the latest version.
Perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Manzo.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple of questions. On some of these areas of improvement, is there a cost on that?
There's no cost.
Okay,
Yes, version updates are included with the software that was purchased.
great, thank you. Also, on part of that, is there an alert system in place for example, permits expired date? Is there an alert that alerts staff that a certain permit is about to expire or expired?
So I'm not what I would call a power user of the application, but I can tell you within the new version that I have become more familiar with, there is a logon page that has what I would describe as a banner. Things are color-coded, and for example, with code enforcement, it'll bring up, these code enforcement items are past due, these monies are past due, and I believe the same features work within the permitting side of it.
Okay, so there'll be alert, because I still blows my mind when I first was on the planning commission years ago. One of the cases that came before us was a permit that had been expired for, I want to say 8 years, and they were just finding out that it was expired 8 years ago.
I can tell you that the new version has a great graphical interface, so when you first log into it, there's a multitude of windows with color codes and alerts, so I think it'll brief everyone effectively when they first log in.
And this one, I want to see, maybe I'm remembering this wrong, but I think when this was first introduced to the council before my time, I don't know if it's this system, but one of the things that I remember was a permit check feature where, because I know staff handles a lot of phone calls if residents are wondering if there's a certain project that may be in their neighborhood or, in their residence track if it's permitted. And I think I remember there being a feature where residents can log on, type in the address, and it would pop up if it was permitted or not. Is that a feature that this would have?
So I can address that. At present, it's my understanding that if I would like to look up my own permits, I can create an account within the existing system and then look up the status of my own permits. If I want to inquire on someone else's permit, I do not have that capability. Now, that capability does exist within the program, within the new version, but I think there are many things to consider before rolling that out that are probably part of a larger discussion.
As far as the legalities behind it?
Possibly, I suspect that those have been addressed in other cities, but just to ensure that the data is accurate.
Okay.
I believe, and to better answer that, I believe that there was some data that was migrated from an older system into this one, and I have heard concerns about the accuracy of that data. So I think the city's handling it correctly now, and that better to only put out correct data than open it up to a wider audience with incorrect data.
Okay. Because I think that's something that we need to establish, because that takes up a lot of staff time, answering phone calls and then getting back to folks. And
Agreed. And so in working with the software developer, I did ask for examples of other cities who have opened it up to the broader audience without creating an account and have viewed that. And I think, there's an opportunity for improvement there, and those should follow some internal discussions.
All right, thank you.
Sure thing.
Councilmember Ho, District 3.
I'm okay, thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm pretty new to this subject. Just a question that how long the city using this software?
I believe it was 2018, 2019 when it was first introduced.
It was approved by the council around 2018, and then implementation took a while before it was actually, before, we started using it. I don't remember how long, it was probably a year and a half, 2 years for implementation.
All right, so since then, how many times that we perform the system update?
So sadly, that is before my time, but I can answer it this way. As I mentioned earlier, there are multiple products from this same manufacturer, and the IT staff has been able to streamline the resources required for all these different applications by installing them on the same system. So rather than have 10 different servers, it's really on 3 different servers. One of the challenges with that is that upgrades need to be performed in accordance with the software manufacturer's specifications, right? So although one portion of the application may be ready for upgrade, the other ones have to follow behind it. And I can also say that there are some dependencies with utility billing that has been a side project that is nearly complete. So once all these things are ready to go and the users accept the latest version as functional, then they can all be moved forward.
Mayor, I will wait for my, sorry,
I'm
go ahead.
still, okay, because I'm a software developer before, and once, like about 15 years ago when we worked for the Department of Corporation, we maintained like 2 systems, like a mirror system. So once we roll out the update, we update the backup one, right? So once everything up and running, and then we go to mirror it to the other system. I just wonder that we have that kind of capability here.
Yes, there are 3 independent environments. So there's a production environment, a test environment,
Right.
and a training environment.
Okay.
So upgrades are performed in those non-production environments first before they're rolled into the production environment.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you very much. I know that, being the last, there are some of the questions you do already ask, but that's good. I don't have to, although I do have 3 questions for you. Number 1, I appreciate that you look into the improvement of the system. And I don't know what kind of improvement there, but, we can take days to go into it. The question that I have for staff is that, I remember at the time that we started with these projects, and we were excited to see that there are many functions in the system that the council, the city staff can use to expedite their works. However, at one point, and I know that we pay a lot of money for maintenance as well as technical support, but at one point, I understand, because I follow up with this, and I saw that, we didn't make use of it to the point that we need to. So I want to ask this question to staff is, what kind of utilization that we are using, is it worth to pay for what we need to do? And did we actually use the system to the capability of what it can provide us to do our job? And then from you can also tell us whether we have maximized the usage of it or closer to it, or we are underused of it.
I can respond this way. The EnerGov application was intended for use by 4 departments or services, and that is permitting, planning, code enforcement, and CPU, which I believe is a community preservation
Right.
unit. And it is in fact used by all of those departments every day. This is the sole utility that they use to perform their function. So it is being used.
It is
with
being
certainty.
used.
Yes. And I can also speak to the general cost of a system like this. Tyler Technologies is a leader in this industry. They are used by many, many municipalities throughout the country. Their costs are comparable to other enterprise resource planning solutions. I didn't find anything out of line. I think really the opportunity for improvement is to leverage the newer capabilities of the latest version, and that's what we've been working towards.
I want to thank you for that, but our 4 departments you just mentioned, I'd like to have, if you are here, can you confirm that it is effective usage of the system till now?
So I can speak on behalf of CPU. I know that they have become somewhat power users. They access it on a regular basis, and I know that code enforcement does as well. I think the planners also utilize it every day. I think the biggest issue with planning is the transferring or migrating of old data into the current system to really maximize the efficiency of the software. And that's something that we're working to continue to explore with the new version.
Okay.
And I would like to add to that and reiterate a statement I made earlier. There are some tasks that require several steps, and to progress through those steps is not as smooth as it could be. So the expectation is with the latest version that will work much better. And after we do complete the upgrade, I will work with the different departments to address any outstanding issues, complaints, and work with the software manufacturer to help resolve those.
I do hope that that's the case, because at this point here, I don't have confidence of that we fully utilize the system to the point that we are paying for.
I understand. So,
and I might be wrong. I'm sorry, staff, but I might be wrong. However, that's my feeling.
I understand. If you have a specific example, I would be happy to run that down and report back to you.
So, good. Thank you very much.
May I speak, Mayor?
Yes. Go ahead.
Oh, okay, yeah. Thank you for your, you answered most of my questions. But my question is, I remember I was looking forward to the system and having it go through and implemented and trained to staff. So the one department that I hope make the most use of it would be planning. And I mean, the main thing is customer satisfaction. I mean, I know everything else been addressed in terms of, you know, the interdepartmental type of connectivity, or you know, so I could see that's probably being implemented and being put in use. But what about the customers or the constituents, people who want to? I know I was looking so forward to that. And so is there anything that you can give me in terms of an update on that? Are we getting, because I know I have a lot of experience with my own company, with you know, the implementation process and how expensive it is to get these bells and whistles. I mean, do we probably have more bells and whistles than we know how to use, you know, or we care for, or we need? But our need, basically, the one thing that I did not hear you address would be like the customer use, the constituents. Are they making use of this? Because the wish was to get them to log on and be able to see and follow the process of their plan checking, like the plan check process, and see where they're at. Are they able to do that? Whether it be the owner of the landowner, project owner, or the developer.
So, it's my understanding, and I feel compelled now to verify this further. It's my understanding that if I want to review my project, I can go to the city's website and create an account to access my data and follow along with the status. But I don't live in Westminster, I don't have any projects going on, so I can't speak personally to that.
So I think that would be a question for planning, because when you interface these customers and they're at the counter, they're trying to, you know, submit their project and go through this entitlement process, you should be telling them how to follow up on their own project so that it could reduce your time or increase satisfaction, increase customer satisfaction, and reduce your follow-up time when they have to, get you on the phone, et cetera?
If I could, I'll give you a term that's
Sure.
used within the application. It's self-service portal.
Okay.
Really. So that's what we're looking for. Is
Yep.
We're looking for people to be able to get service for themselves.
Yeah.
So that does exist, but I'm not sure to what extent. So I will follow up on that.
Yes, I can confirm that feature is there because I talked to several people, in the planning department, and I know that, we established a certain day that the system will flag to be whether that we are behind, on this project, and also issues the password, the owners or the developer, they will be assigned with the password, and they can come in and check where the project is at. And I don't know whether that we are actually execute that, or, it's just there for fun. So I just want to make sure that we know if that's the case, we need to,
Yeah.
implement it and carry it out.
Yeah. I was just wondering, in the future, do you think like at another meeting, we can get an update on that from our planning staff? I don't see anyone here from planning.
I can tell you that the main technical point of contact for planning is out on some sort of extended leave.
Oh, who's that?
Chris.
Oh, okay. How about Steve Rackay, the manager? At another time, it doesn't have to be tonight, but that's like my main concern with ENERGOV, and I was very much looking forward to that functionality, to help us with customer satisfaction.
Okay.
Yeah, we just know that during the implementation process, and of course with a lot of staff changes and responsibilities, is, when this product was purchased initially, you didn't necessarily have the right people in the room to look at the product to ensure that it was going to meet, the functionalities. And I know that's something that we've all, chatted about in terms of, whether this was going to be something that was worthwhile for staff to use. And unfortunately, it did get rolled out. It did get approved. It is what we have now. But in between looking at the program itself, we ourselves are looking at, we did an org study on our planning division, late last year and early this year that we're still working on, which, in terms of addressing service, customer service, we're looking to ensure that we are providing good quality customer service on our end, but being able to, identify issues with with ENERGOV, so that we can provide the best service possible. So those two efforts are running concurrently right now, but part of strategic plan, we will bring back an additional update as far as, the use of ENERGOV, and we'll have staff address the very specific, walkthrough of what the flow looks like.
I'm sure you heard the concerns from the council here. I hope that you will take it into your new developments, new improvements. So with that, I move to receive and file this item.
Second.
Okay, item moved by the mayor and seconded by Councilmember Menzo. Roll call, vote please.
Okay. Councilwoman Van West,
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nguyen,
Yes.
and Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
5-0, motion passed.
So 5.2, City Council appointments to Westminster Community Foundation. For
Mayor.
this one, I'd like to ask for staff report, please.
I can give a brief report here.
Okay.
And I also have Vanessa Johnson as well to assist. As you recall, the council authorized the formation of a nonprofit. I proceeded to prepare articles of incorporation. Those have been filed. Those are recorded on the 18th of this month, so those are official. And those articles make it clear that there's a board of 11 members, and that that the council serves as the appointing authority. So now that that is accomplished, the next step for the council is to actually appoint people to the board. And then we would, once we have those appointments, staff would help facilitate putting together a meeting so that board can start meeting and adopt bylaws, open a bank account, and begin to make decisions about who will be the officers of that entity. and what they will do by way of functions to help raise funds for various city programs, as indicated in the articles. So what we need from the council tonight is, there was a discussion about the mayor making 3 appointments and each council member making 2 appointments. The goal is to try, at least the way it was discussed, was to have 2-year terms for each board member, but they would be every other year. You'd have 6 one year, 5 the other year. So it's a offsetting kind of, not all at one time. And in order to set that up so that you could do that, the proposal was to have each council member appoint 1 for 1 year. Again, that would be from May to May, if that's what you want. If you want a different time frame for the term, then you can certainly approve that tonight, because it's not set in stone at this point. But appoint 1 for 1 year, and then appoint another 1 for a 2-year term. And then starting 1 year from now, you would appoint those first 5 again for a 2-year term. And so anyway, for tonight, what we need from each council member, if assuming you are prepared to do so, would be an appointment of 1 person for a 1-year term, and then a second person for a 2-year term, and for the mayor, 1 additional appointment. As the elected mayor, that's the 11th member. So that's what is requested. Once that is done, it would be helpful to get some direction from the council as far as what role staff should play with respect to this nonprofit. It is a separate legal entity from the city, although in other cities that have foundations, the city does usually play some role. And really, that's for the council to provide direction. We don't want to presume what you want us to do. But initially, as this nonprofit is formed, I will continue to assist to make sure they're up and running properly, and then to assist with the filing of the nonprofit 501c3 application, at which point I would drop out in terms of my involvement. But as staff, our presumption is that you might want us to assist with providing a location where they could meet. But again, we're looking to the council for direction on that. I think also staff, they are limited somewhat in their ability to provide lots of assistance, but they are also willing to provide or listen to whatever direction the council has. Again, the goal would be for the nonprofit to eventually move into kind of a self-sustaining operation. But so the first step, again, 2 steps. 1, provide your appointments. Provide 1 person for 1 year, a second person for 2 years, and then provide direction on what role staff would play.
Okay. District 1, Amy?
Yes.
Ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm so happy that, I was able to, request this agenda. And City Attorney, thank you for putting it on. And City Manager, I appreciate that. But my only concern is, under request by, it says administration. I just was curious about that when, I requested, and you guys made sure to have it on. So maybe it's just a mistake. But anyways, what I want to say is creating a successful Westminster Community Foundation require careful planning, strategizing, and strong community engagement. Here are some steps that I guess we have already put in place, which in the last 2 council meetings, we have identified the mission and the goals for this foundation, nonprofit foundation. And the foundation will allow us to understand the needs and challenges within the Westminster community, engage with local organization, residents, and community leaders to identify key issues and gaps that need to be addressed. Tonight, we will be appointing our diverse board of directors, and as City Attorney has addressed how many we will be appointing. And as we assemble the board of directors with a range of skills, expertise, and connection to ensure effective governance and decision-making, we are appointing individuals who are passionate about the community and have experience in philanthropy, finance, law, marketing, and other relevant areas. These group of board members will build strong relationships, cultivate relationship with local businesses, nonprofits, or government agency, and community leaders. Collaborating and partnership will be crucial for achieving sustainable impact, especially a trusted and reliable organization within this community of Westminster. Engage the community, involve the community in decision-making, which I know one of the residents have mentioned about when would the community be involved. After the board the board is established, they will hold a meeting for making that decision, and then from there, the board will decide when to get input from the resident community, leaders in the community as well. So that will be their decision. But, you know, I am very excited to see as we move forward in appointing our board member tonight and just in moving our city forward and helping the resident of the city of Westminster.
Councilmember Menzo?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I had just some couple questions as far as oversight. I mean, you said, I mean, I'm assuming they're going to be able to hire, they should be hiring their own secretary and treasurer, but is there going to, I think there should be some sort of financial oversight, and who, can we have our staff, financial department be that oversight? As far, you know, as far as the financials, or is that something, another agency would be in charge of that?
I mean, it's similar to any other board outside of the city, a completely unrelated entity from the city. The city's involved because they're creating it and they're appointing members to it, but in its operations, it's separate from the city. So we can assist, just like we do with many nonprofit organizations, you know, when sometimes we partner in different things. So it really is up to the discretion of the council to what degree we're going to work with them. The council does retain appointing authority. That's a significant restriction on them in terms of cooperation. You know, if they end up being very uncooperative, then the council could make some changes on the board. So there is quite a bit of control there. But other than that, it's not something where, you know, we legally have the right to go in and start ordering them around, if that's the question.
Yeah,
so we can offer help and they can accept help, but the intent is for it to be an independent entity.
Yeah, that's the question, is the financial oversight, who has the legal, if our city staff would do it, or they would go through an audit, you know, another agency audit. That's the question. How does that
Arguably,
work?
they could do it themselves, you know.
Okay.
Sometimes there's boards that have people with skill financially, or they hire someone.
Okay. And then I would suggest, since we're coming up in June, that the year starts on June 1st for the start and end of the terms. If that's, I mean, it just makes sense that we're coming up to June. And the other recommendation for us facilitating a location, I think that the location that probably most suited is the location on the west side of the community service where the homelessness task force used to meet. I think that's what do you think, Vanessa? That's a smaller room, conference room? Or do you remember where that?
They meet in the AB room?
No, it was
No?
the western side. There's a smaller room on that side.
I guess the room that for Sioux projects that
No,
you went in.
I don't know if that's where the homelessness task force used to meet.
My suggestion is the room in the Westminster Chamber of Commerce. We can use that building.
That too, yeah. Well,
We'll figure that out.
we'll-
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Vivian, you said you needed direction on where they would meet. No, that's it that I got, so.
Thank you. District 3, Councilmember Ho.
Are we appointing or are we just talking?
No, just for comments right now.
Yeah, I wish we could post and get more people to participate. I know that if we don't post, we're just going to get people that we know in our circle of friends. I mean, that's the truth. So
Okay,
That's all.
thank you. Vice Mayor Nguyen, any comments before we start appointing?
No, I'm good.
Okay, I also overheard that the recommendation well, I just heard from Councilmember Menzo that he recommended in June, starting in June, but at the same time, I heard that somebody want to start it now, and for the term, instead of 1 year, it's going to be 1.5 year, and the other one is 2.5 year. I heard that from City Attorney. Can you say a little bit more about that?
Okay.
Or Councilmember West?
You want me to say it? Okay, thank you. So basically, the reason why we are having it January 2025 for the first rotation, for the first the board member, and the second one, January 2026, is because that's the year of election, right? Election is 2024 November, and then the cycle starts. So it seems like going with the election year is very important, and then the same with the commission as well, because we usually appoint the commission in January of the following month, the following year of after the election. That is counted for and whatnot. So that's why we want to follow the election cycle. But since we started out with this foundation at a later time than versus January of 2024, if we did start out at January 2023, then we would have a different date. But because it started a little later, which is May right now, so it would just make sense to follow the calendar year of the election and appointment as well for commissioners.
Okay.
Oh, and another thing too that we realize is that once a council member is expired, the board member expire with them as well. Because the new council member who is going to be on, the new council member,
When you say-
expire meaning no longer on the council.
So that means it's end of the term.
Yes, exactly. So if they are done, say 2024, then their board member will be expire as well with them, because the new council want to appoint their own board members. So that would just make sense.
If I could just interject on that, because it's an independent board, I think you can do that, but I think what you would have to do is say that the new council member would have the right to replace one. So there has to actually be an action where they get on the council and say, I'd like to, replace this position, and here's the appointee. So kind of go through, wouldn't be automatic is all I'm saying, because it is independent, but the council members are the appointing authority. So you could do that, but I would just say, once that council member got on, then within some period of time, they could replace the appointee with whoever they chose.
Right. Would that be kind of in our bylaws in a way for the board as well, that's in there?
Yeah, if the council agrees to that, I'll make sure it's included in the bylaws.
Awesome.
Councilmember Menzo?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I don't know, if we go in that route, I think that's going to be a bad thing, because now we're might be politicizing it, where we're trying to be this to be an independent entity. So there has to be a different way that they themselves establish a system once they're in there of how the new members are appointed, or maybe they have their own, there has to be something. But for us to, I think we need to think this a little bit through, because if you have a council member's term is up and then you have a new council majority, then it's going to start. This is one of the fears that I know a lot of residents have. When I was out there trying to ask folks if they wanted to serve on it, and that was the main concern, was the political atmosphere about it. So how do we really what's the best way to? I want this to be I think this is a good idea. I think this can be great for the community, and I just want this to be successful, not just a short-term thing. I want this to be a long-term success. So how do we best accomplish that? I mean, because the reality is, we see it here every day. We want us to keep politics away for this. We meant to be community-driven, community benefits, and be success. So how do we best accomplish that?
I hear your concerns, and let me ask Councilmember West. I know that you initially think that May 24th is the one that the date that we are going to start with the organization, but I believe that Councilmember Menzo was thinking that, wait until not just for 6 days from May, which is June 1st, right?
Yeah, coming
So
in June.
do you think that it's okay with that to move on so that we can go ahead and go into the appointment?
Are you talking about the election cycle?
Do you have any problem to move a few days from the May 24th to June 1st?
Well, I guess what it is what my proposal is basically instead of May 2024, which this, like I said, this was requested by me, but I think the oversight of staff, I didn't even read the staff report. It wasn't even given to me to look at. And then once I got it, I'm like, wait, you know what I mean? So basically, I noticed in the past, when I request an item on the agenda, it's always presented to me with the staff report to read and to edit and to give it back to city manager or city attorney and then bring it back to me to the final edit and then bring it before the council for a vote. So I think it's, like I said, maybe it's an oversight. But what I'm proposing, Mr. Mayor and the council, is that the reason why we have, if we want to make it clean on the election-wise, is to do it on the election year. For example, November 2024 is the election. The council will come up for election. And then if they, are continue on, then that's the perfect time to reappoint or roll over their appointment to continue another 2 years. I think that is the cleanest, as I speak to city attorney about this. That's the reason why I proposed it for January 2025 is the first rotation for the first board member. The second rotation will be for January 2026 for the second board member. So with the mayor, the 2 appointee will be on January 2025, the first one. Your last appointee will be January 2026.
For the duration of what, how long? For the first
So since
5?
we start this foundation a little later, then I wish it would be in January. It will be a cleaner cut. But because we started late, the only right time to do it is to follow the election cycle. And that's the reason why. And then the other thing I added onto this was when a council member expire, meaning her or his term is no longer on, then basically the new council member that's appointed got elected in 2024 would like to appoint their 2 board member. So I think that's rightly so, but I think with your bylaws, when you put it on, that it'll be clear for that. So that's the reason why.
Let me clear. You said that we can go ahead and appoint, your recommendation is to go ahead and appoint today, and
Yes,
then
with 2 edits.
the terms for the 5 directors is going to be 1.5-year term. And for the 6 directors, it's going to be 2.5-year term.
Right.
And then the 2-year term after that.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Okay.
I guess
And then I hear you that.
Because initially.
Sorry. I hear you that you want to start at the election, which is, same as city attorney said earlier that, if the council have the right to, if we have the new council come in, they can also, change or reappoint. It's up to them to do that. I think it's also a better way to do it too. So I don't know. Any question, any comment from other council member?
Should probably have
So,
a motion on that, just so that it's
If
clear.
I don't hear
Motion
anything, any comments, so I'd like to entertain any motion that you might have.
Mr. Mayor, may I motion to move forward with what we edit with the suggestion of the date change and also for the council appointment, where if the council member expire, their board member expire as well for the new council to appoint their 2. So I motion to move that.
Mr. Mayor, can?
Yes, please.
Okay. Just, you know what, explain to me why we make it complicated, because the first 5 directors is in 1-year term, and then the other is 2-year terms.
Yeah, the only
Mr.
reason is to have a rotating, so that they're not all being appointed at one time. You could do that. You could appoint all 11 at one time. But this way, you've got 5 1 year and 6 the next year.
Yeah,
It's kind of
just
like the
do it at
council
one time.
rotation. No, it's better.
2 and 3.
Yeah, it's better when it's stagger rotation, like how the city council is elected on staggered terms. So 2 is still here. So Councilmember Kimberly and Menzo will be up for 2024, and then we will be up for 2026. So
Okay, I
you know
got it.
that rotation. So likewise for the board, I think it's great to have stagger, so it's, the new and the old still in there.
Yes, that's the right way to do it. Yep.
Right,
Okay,
thank you.
so
So-
Mr. Mayor, I motion to move forward with those changes.
I second it. We
Okay,
have a
Mayor?
motion and second on the floor to move the date. It's still May 24th, but for a 1.5-year term for the 5 directors, for initial 5 directors, and for the 6th director is going to be 2.5-year term, and then 2 years after that.
Okay, and we also do have the additional of, if a council member's term ends, that appointee of that council member's term will also end.
Correct.
Absolutely.
And we also, I know that staff also wants to have direction
already
from the
have a
council
motion.
member as far as the location or anything else. So at this point here, I believe that there were a recommendation to use, there was a recommendation to use the, what is it?
So
Chamber of Commerce?
for scheduling purposes, it's probably easier for us.
Just to figure
we'll
it
ju-
out.
Yeah.
we will
Figure that out
you guys
later.
figure it
Figure it
out
out.
for
Okay.
everyone's schedule and room reservation.
But the decision is to use the facility for
To use city facilities,
Yes, okay.
yes.
Yeah.
All right.
I have a-
And for the motion, if I could just clarify, the terms will end, let's just say, the first council meeting of January of that year. That way,
25th.
we have a clear date. Whatever the first council meeting is in January.
Yeah, and the other clarification,
okay?
I want to make sure it's clarified. City clerk mentioned, voiced that when the council member's term is up, the board member's term is up. No, that's not what we talked. We said that the council member has the right
Yes.
to change if so that new council member wishes.
Yeah.
Yes,
This
and that's what we
doesn't automatically
suggested.
term is up, so.
But what I suggested was council member, term expire, no longer a council member, then their board member expire as well. That's my motion. And because the new council member would like to appoint their 2 board members. It's rightly so.
Yeah.
So he is okay to put it in the bylaw. That's what the city
Yeah,
attorney said.
but it wouldn't be expire. It would be,
Term
they'd have the right to remove that
remove.
person
Yes.
and replace them.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, we have motion by Councilmember West and seconded by Mayor Nguyen. Roll
Okay,
call,
I'll call
please.
roll. Councilwoman West,
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nguyen,
Yes.
and Mayor Nguyen.
Yes,
5-0, motion passed.
thank you very much. And now, item 5.3.
No, don't we need to go
So we
to
need to make the
appointments?
appointments still, Mayor?
Okay, yeah, sorry about that.
No, you're fine.
Sorry about that. All right, it's time to make appointments right now. First, let's go with the 5 directors for 1.5-year term. I guess, I don't know whether you can catch all the name, but
We
I
can
hope
give
that,
it to you
I
after.
hope that the council member after that, if we approve, then please provide the city clerk with the names that you want to,
Yeah,
That way,
Mayor, if I
yeah.
could just make it clear for the record, you guys will go ahead and state the name of the individual you're appointing, and then you'll provide me the correct spelling of that name for the record for minute purposes.
correct.
Yeah.
Okay, first let's appoint the 5 directors for 1.5-year term, starting with Councilmember West.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So my first appointee will be Teresa Nguyen. And I'll give you her email and phone number after this.
Councilmember Menzo?
Yes, I just want to let the clerk give her time to write. You're good. All right, my appointee would be Julie Diep. Julie is a president and co-founder of OC Autism Foundation, and so she has vast experience in community engagement.
What was the last name?
Diep.
DIEP.
Okay. Councilmember Ho?
My appointee will be Annie Choi. Annie Choi. CHOI.
Yes, Vice Mayor Nguyen?
My appointee will be Dao Tran, D-A-O, last name T-A-T-R-N, T-R-A-N, sorry.
My is Yi Hong. We'll provide it to you later. Okay, now we are going with 6 members, 6 directors that will be appointed for 2.5-year terms, starting with Councilmember West.
Thank you. So my, the other one is Jared Sico, so S-I, so let me spell his first name, J-A-R-E-D. His last name is S-I-C-H-E-L.
And mine would be David Johnson. David Johnson has a vast experience in fundraising. He was he's vice chancellor at Pepperdine University. He was able to double donations within the first year, from going from $480,000 to over $1 million. I think David would be a very big asset for this foundation.
Okay. Councilmember Ho?
I didn't know we have to pick 2, sorry.
You pick one.
I already picked one.
Yeah, now you pick another
I
one
know,
for.
I'm not prepared with the second one, but
That's okay, we could bring the item back and you could
Yeah.
fill it.
Yeah.
We could move forward with 10.
So you want to wait? Or you want? Okay.
I would defer,
Okay,
please.
defer.
Please.
Okay, Vice Mayor Nguyen?
Yeah. My second appointee will be Lam Chow, L-A-M, last name C-H-A-U.
Okay, I have 2 this time. So Dominic Lay and Thomas Tran. Okay, we have all the appointments. If there is no question, I would like to entertain a motion to approve it.
Motion to approve.
Second?
I second.
Let me just get one thing of clarification. On Councilmember Ho, you're the one that you did mention. You want this for the 1.5-year term, or since you only have one, would you prefer to have that as the 2.5-year term appointee?
Okay. Yeah, sounds good.
Okay, so, yeah.
And then I was just I'd like to know if, I just want to confirm that the appointees don't need to be from the city of Westminster, correct?
That's correct.
There's nothing that limits that.
Okay, all right, I just want to make sure.
And can I say something about my 2 appointees? Jared is basically a fundraiser, tech-savvy kind of guy, know a lot of people. And then also for Teresa, she's a real estate broker, know a lot of people, financially plug into the community and different organizations, so I know they can fundraise for the foundation.
Okay, so I want to be clear that the person that Councilmember Ho appointed is for 2.5-year term, not for the 1.5-year term, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, we have a motion on the floor, motion by, was it by me?
We have a motion by Councilmember Monzo.
I did the motion it, right? I
Yes,
moved, right?
Councilmember
You
Monzo
seconded it.
motioned. We need a second.
Oh,
I can
okay.
second it.
I think that he motioned it, I seconded it already.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Go
So
ahead,
he
go
motioned
ahead.
it, and
So
then
motion by Councilmember Menzo and seconded by Mayor Nguyen.
Okay.
Roll call vote, please.
All righty. Councilwoman Fan West?
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo?
Yes.
Councilmember Ho?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nguyen,
Yes.
and Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
5-0, motion passed.
All right. Moving on to item 5.3, selection of qualified firm for the use of city-owned real property to develop, construct, operate, and maintain electronic billboards. I'd like to have a staff report, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, council members, ladies and gentlemen. This item is item 5.3, selection of qualified firm for use of city-owned real property to develop, construct, operate, and maintain electronic billboards. A little later in the presentation, you'll hear from Ryan Sauls, our senior admin analyst. Provide a little bit of background on the subject. January 17th, 2022, City Council held its first strategic planning workshop to develop goals and prioritize objectives to advance the city. Strategic plan goal number 1 was to achieve financial stability. So I can't stress it enough. The reason we are here tonight is because of that strategic plan that the council and staff and community members participated in. June 8th, 2022, staff came back and presented creative ways to generate additional revenue for the city, including the implementation of electronic billboards along adjacent freeways. Staff worked closely with the departments and divisions within the city to identify 2 city-owned sites. Next, we move forward with the request for proposal process, the RFP process. It was released to solicit a partnering firm to develop electronic billboards in the city. The RFP process is a very, very traditional way of partnering with private sector to bring in outside talent to accomplish goals within the city. As somebody who worked in private sector for 8 years, I take this process very seriously. I sat on the other side of the table for many years, working weekends to put together proposals to partner with cities. So now, as I sit as a city representative, I take their time and consideration very much, very seriously. There are costs both on the city side as well as on the private side to put together proposals. So we put a lot of time and effort into working out very thoughtful RFPs. Every RFP that we put out now in the city over the years, we've continued to improve, and really they're customized for the fit of that particular task that we're trying to fill. There isn't a form, it's not a one-size-fits-all. It is literally crafting an original document that fits the needs of the community. I'll start by looking at I'd like to get your attention on item, on the exhibit here that identifies the proposed sites in the city. We've identified 2 locations. As you see here, we have 2 aerial exhibits. The first one on the left we'll call location 1, which is the Old Edwards Street area. You see the 405 freeway going there from top left to bottom right, diagonally across the image. You see a park there, and then you see the Edwards Bridge. The area shaded in green is the area that we are considering for location number 1. The second location is Beach and Edinger. You'll see here on the left of that exhibit, you'll have Beach Boulevard as the north-south street, and then also the 405 freeway traveling from top left to bottom right. So you see 2 bridges here. You'll see the Edinger Bridge over the 405, and then next to that bridge, you see the green shaded area, which is location number 2. Next, I'll talk about the RFP timeline. Again, like I stated earlier, there isn't an RFP form that's floated out that exists. Takes some time, and I'll walk you through the timeline. On December 22nd of 2022, the RFP was released to the public. On January 5th, 2023, there was the deadline for written questions and requests. So again, we went ahead and solicited questions and requests from all those that had received the RFP. January 12th, we responded, we provided responses, and an addendum was issued, essentially clarifying some of the goals that the city had identified in the RFP. On January 30th, 2023 at 5 p.m., both the technical and price proposals were due. It's important to note that 6 proposals were received and 4 proposers advanced to the interview round. Easiest thing for a city to do is to bring everybody along for the ride, just to say you did it. Like I said, we take people's time very seriously. We only selected the 4 top proposers, the proposers that really were closest to addressing all of the issues and concerns that we had identified as goals for the city. So 2 of them were notified that they were not moving on, and then we circled back with them at the completion of the process. March 16th through the 20th of 2023, interviews were held with the 4 proposers, and we created a tight panel, as is typically done. I was on the panel. Aaron Bax, our finance director, Steve Radke, our planning manager, and Ryan Sauls, our senior admin analyst, was on the panel as well. On April 3rd, 2023, notification letters were sent to each proposer informing them of their final ranking. It was at this point that Branded Cities was notified that they had achieved the ranking of the top proposal. So May 24, 23, tonight, we are here to ask for council support to approve the selection of Branded Cities as the desired consultant. I'll talk a little bit about the evaluation criteria. Staff used the following standards. We had a matrix, very detailed out, very detailed notes also. It's also important during these processes to be able to take responsible and accurate notes so that when we are concluded with the process, we can sit with any of the proposers that are interested in finding feedback or soliciting feedback, that we can provide them with actual constructive information that could help them on their next project. The key things that we focused on were financial considerations to the city, community benefits to the city, project consideration, qualifications, relevant experience, a detailed development information, and a sound organizational structure. When on an endeavor such as this one, you want to make sure you're working with a reputable firm that's done this before and has learned from past experiences. Before I turn over the presentation to Ryan to talk a little bit more about the technical proposal, I did want to say that I've been on a lot of panels, both for the city. Also, for the 405 project, I worked on panels with OCTA over the years that I've been in Orange County. So you really walk in there poker-faced, and it's all business. You want to give everybody the same exact opportunity to impress you. I was blown away personally by the Branded Cities team, like I had never experienced in a proposal effort in the past. They seemed to hit every concern that we had. They were right on point, and you could tell that the group had been working cohesively for quite some time, and they're very impressive. At this point, I'll let Ryan tell you a little bit more about the company and the technical proposal.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the City Council. I will now be sharing a background of the top-ranked firm in the RFP process, Branded Cities, and going over the key elements of their proposal to the city. Branded Cities' parent company, EL Media, was founded in 1998 and has grown rapidly over the last 25 years. Branded Cities has a well-established presence in the out-of-home advertising industry. They pride themselves on creating and maintaining iconic signage and iconic destinations. Some of these destinations include Los Angeles, Times Squares, and Las Vegas, among many more locations across the United States and Canada. One of the characteristics that made Branded Cities stand out among the other proposers was their incredibly knowledgeable team and showcase of their full-service staff. In addition to the technical divisions that will help develop and implement the billboards, their sales strategy is highly innovative relative to industry standards. Their reputation is apparent through their advertising relationships with many of the top corporations in the world, including Apple, Disney, and Amazon. Chris McCarver, whom you heard speak earlier during Oral Communications, will lead the development of the 2 electronic billboards proposed in Westminster and brings 31 years of experience to the table. As you can see in the pictures on the right side of the screen, Branded Cities focuses on creating attractive, attention-grabbing displays in high-traffic areas. In this slide, you will see even more examples of Branded Cities' work. Here you see examples from Phoenix to New York. You may notice that none of these billboards look exactly the same, as Branded Cities aims to create a visually appealing sign that fits uniquely to the location where it is placed. Next, we'll focus on the highlights of Branded Cities' proposal. They plan to construct and maintain 2 double-faced digital billboards on the 2 city-owned properties shown in a previous slide by Adolfo. Each digital face would be approximately 20 feet high and 60 feet long. At this time, the height of each structure has not been determined. Additional field work is necessary to decide on suitable height for each location, and Branded Cities will work collaboratively with staff on this effort. The financial proposal offered includes an annual guaranteed payment regardless of the revenue achieved by the billboards, and a percentage of the gross revenue received if the revenue is over a certain amount. In addition to these payments, a one-time construction bonus will be offered upon final installation of the signs. The city will also be offered opportunities for community messaging and public safety and emergency messaging at no cost. The financial proposal structure is based upon Branded Cities receiving all necessary approvals for the construction of 2 double-faced digital billboards. If that occurs, Branded Cities proposes that the city be paid the greater of 2 options, either a minimum annual guarantee or MAG of $825,000 that escalates by 10% every 5 years, or 62.5% of all gross revenue received, measured, and paid annually. Also, upon construction of each sign, Branded Cities will pay the City of Westminster a one-time construction bonus in the amount of $775,000 per structure, totaling $1,550,000. The proposed term for this agreement is 30 years following the completion of all sign structures. Branded Cities would pay 100% of all capital and operational costs associated with the development, construction, and maintenance of the signs. The table below shows the total revenue that the city would receive over the 30-year term. If the city were to only collect the minimum annual guaranteed payment every year, it would result in approximately $63 million. If Branded Cities' estimated revenue outlined in their proposal is correct, the city would receive approximately $121 million. In addition to the financial offer, Branded Cities also offered the city designated time for community and emergency messaging. For community messaging, the city will be guaranteed 3 minutes per hour or 5% of total advertising time on an annualized basis. Also, if there's any unsold space, it would be allocated to the city for additional community messaging. Community messaging includes public awareness campaigns, informational messages, special events and services promotions, community news, public art, and more. Emergency messaging space will be offered on an as-needed basis and would include traffic updates, weather alerts, Amber alerts, criminal alerts, and public health alerts. This feature of the proposal would give the city the unique ability to inform the community about city-related initiatives as well as promote public safety in the greater Orange County or Southern California area. To conclude, tonight is just the first step in a long process to have the electronic billboards approved and then ultimately constructed and installed. Tonight, council may approve the selection of Branded Cities to develop electronic billboards on the designated city-owned land. If approved, staff will bring a draft lease agreement to council to consider for approval in the coming months. Upon approval of the lease agreement, there are a few tasks that must be completed by staff and brought to the Planning Commission for consideration. These tasks include a general plan amendment, zoning changes, and a variance if necessary. Then Branded Cities must work through the application processes with Caltrans in the city. After these major steps are completed, Branded Cities would order the structures to be fabricated and installed. As you may notice by the long list of tasks shown, the installation of these billboards is not expected to happen within the next few months. There's no exact timetable for the completion of the entire process, mostly due to the ongoing I-405 improvement project, which is a major external factor that may affect the city's timeline. However, the selection of Branded Cities tonight will be significant for the continued advancement of the city's strategic plan goal to achieve financial stability. That concludes my presentation. Staff is available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ryan. Also, the representative from Branded Cities is still in the audience if the council would like to hear from him. That concludes our presentation. We'd be happy to answer any questions that the council may have.
I do have a question, but I don't know where Mr. Mayor
Okay.
is. Mr. Vice Mayor?
You're recognized.
Okay, thank you. So one thing I was a little bummed about, because I'm hearing what you're saying, Adolfo, is to move our city forward. This is a great idea, you know, basically getting us up and running. But what I am concerned about is I'm looking at this, and I know, you know, I go, okay, we only have one proposal. When you send out an RFP, I guess how many people came to the application, you say six.
Six.
And now those six, you say there are four that you choose, you selected. So from those four, who are they? I mean, can you let us know?
Yes, it's all public information. I don't have the list in front of me. I think the most important thing to note is that we interviewed 4 of them, and by far, Branded Cities was the best fit for the city, and that's why we're bringing them forward tonight.
You know, I would like to know who those 3 are, because one is here tonight. Then also, my other question is, I just don't know what are the process that you use to identify who is the better fit for the cities. I just feel like as the council, as the body, we weren't really informed. This is just handed to us. And I just feel like every decision I make, my name is on the line. Every vote I make, my name is on the line. I want to make sure I represent the 1st District and the people of Westminster. So I just I don't feel comfortable today to vote on anything. I just need more information. And, you know, and the process, I just feel like we weren't involved in the process. And now we're just, I can't vote being in the dark, even though all this information is here that I'm reading about it, but I didn't know about the other 3. What were their proposal like, right? So that's why it's important and transparent for us to see those 3 as well. So I have a lot of questions.
Oh,
So,
okay.
yes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Menzo.
Thank you. Yes, I believe that, correct me if I'm wrong, it's not very correct for council member, elected officials to sit in negotiations with contractors, vendors of that nature. Am I wrong on that one?
I will address the comments that the council member made. Like I said, I've been doing this for 26 years.
Yeah.
I've been on both sides of the table. And it is staff's independent responsibility to, as technical experts, reach out to adjacent jurisdictions, reach out to other experts in the arena, and make the professional finding and bring you the best option that fits the city's needs.
Right, my question
So,
is in
I'm not-
regards to...
I wasn't done.
Sorry.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. So, yeah, so that's something that, a bad history that this city has had for many years, and we're trying to move away from that, move our city forward to clean that part up of the reputation that the city has built for, 20, 30, even further back. So, I appreciate that we're trying to be as professional and be independent reviewers. The professionals and our staff are making those decisions, those recommendations as far as all the information gathering.
So
Thank you for that.
typically, on a night like tonight, it would not be out of the ordinary for the other consultants to be here and maybe make their concerns noted to the council, formally file a protest if that were to be the
If
case.
that's the case,
And
they
there's no one
choose.
here tonight, only
Yeah.
the top-ranked
Yeah,
consultant.
if they so choose to, they have that right. Question, I know that we've been looking at this billboards for the source of revenue for a while now. In the past, there was I think there was more sites identified, potential sites for billboards. It was only 2, or I thought there was more than 2 that were identified. Am I wrong on that?
No, I think that there were other sites we were looking at. These are the clearly defined sites that we feel comfortable moving forward on. There's a lot of uncertainty with some of the other sites along the freeway project because at the completion of the freeway project, there is a land relinquishing process that Caltrans goes through. And in order for us to have cleaned up or answered all the questions on all those other locations, we would have to have waited for Caltrans to relinquish the land. And that could be years from now.
But that's still
why
a
we move
possibility.
forward with only these 2, because we have total control of these.
So after these 2, we still have the possibility of other sites down the road. to
There's
identify.
definitely an opportunity to expand the footprint of this effort along the corridor.
Okay, thank you.
Christian, you were going to ask.
Councilmember
Just,
Menzo, can I just clarify
yes,
one
please.
thing too?
Yes.
It's very important for the record here that ultimately, if the council decides to go in this direction, this is not a final land use decision. because the land, as was mentioned, it has to go to the planning commission. There's a discretionary process that has to be gone through. So really what you're doing tonight is, there was some bidders that were evaluated. Staff is saying, we like this one. This is the one we want the city to negotiate with. It may ultimately not work out in the end for whatever reason. When it goes through the planning commission, maybe the variance doesn't get granted. It cannot be a final decision tonight. This is really a decision about, we're going to work with this particular bidder. They seem to be the most qualified, and we think it would be good for the city to negotiate an agreement, which we will then bring back to you at the appropriate time.
Okay, thank you. I got a couple more questions. On just I was looking through the Branded Cities pages here. On page 15, there's an illustration of what a billboard may look like. But I just want to make sure that staff, if this moves forward with Branded Cities, that we pay more attention to the design of the pole. I mean, right now, the way what's shown here is not very attractive. To me, that's lower standards, that we need to make sure that we address the design of the pole along with the design of the overall design to also
Absolutely.
look at the pole.
No, that's a great question or a great comment. Tonight, we're identifying them as the top-ranked consultant to work with us to move forward. General plan amendments, going to the planning commission, first lease agreement, general plan amendments, planning commission, going to Caltrans, working with the community to design something that fits the community's desires. That's all a part of the process.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that that's, that I mentioned that so there's no missed, I didn't know,
No,
we need
thank
to
you for
make
mentioning.
sure.
There's been zero discussion on the design. We know what they can do. A lot of the vetting also had to do with contacting references and finding out how they performed elsewhere.
Okay, and the other thing I want to, and maybe this is not for this one, and maybe not for Branded Cities, but I saw here on their catalog of other projects that they've done in the past is the possibility of doing some digital advertising on our bus stops, and that can be another source of revenue for our city. Do you need something? Can you just bring us back something that tells us this is a possibility and this is some possible revenue that we generated from that?
Yes, sir, we could definitely, probably through an item of interest, get back to you on what the possibilities are in Orange County as it pertains to digital displays on bus shelters, as you stated.
Okay, thank you.
But it would be
Separate from this,
whole thing.
yes. I just noticed that they had, that was in here and then that's a good idea. I mean, we just got done with the budget study that didn't look very good, so any idea was great. So thank you, Mayor, that's all I got.
Yes, before I con District 3, I have a follow-up question from what you have. First of all, I want to have a clear direction as for this item here. What I heard from city attorney is not final. That means if let's say we approve it today, you said it's not moving forward. What I see from the staff report is, what was this recommendation? A staff recommend mayor and city council approve the selection of the appointed city license to develop, construct, operate, and maintain. So basically, if you move to approve it today, it's actually going to develop and construct, and I don't see that.
And we can't do that. We can't. So, and actually, I had a conversation with the
If you say we can't, then this recommendation is wrong.
But what we can do is select, it's almost like if you had land that you wanted to develop, we're going to look at all these developers, we're going to pick a developer, but now let's sit down with that one developer that we've chosen, and let's figure out what is the sign going to look like. Work out the details of the lease, because this would involve a long-term lease of the land. We'd be letting them lease the city-owned land in order to operate a billboard. So we would have a lot of discretion in being able to work with them to say, no, we want the sign to look something like this or that. And if we can't reach agreement, then it never gets built. But ultimately, once we reach an agreement, That agreement has to go through a land use process, which includes the planning commission and then comes to the city council.
But
So
that's going to
tonight
be
is,
a waste of time.
well, this is the process that we would have to go through.
So what you're telling me is the recommendation here is wrong, it's not correct?
No, so Mayor, if I
correct.
may, because I feel like it's, so the title of the RFP and the intent of issuing the RFP is that the city council and city wants to move forward with developing, constructing, operating, and maintaining electronic billboards on city-owned real property. So that's the overall goal at the end of the day. But so where we're at in the process is we issued out the RFP for that so that anyone that was providing or submitting a proposal would know exactly what what the end game is or what they're looking to do. So today, based on the RFP process, we've identified a top-ranked, billboard operator, which is what we're presenting tonight. And so by presenting that, you're authorizing us the ability to, award this RFP to that particular operator, but then start to negotiate into a lease agreement. So what terms would look like, finalizing some of those things that are listed in the staff report. And that moves the process along so that we as a city can move forward with reaching out to Caltrans or getting through the application process or the planning commission, seeing if we need a variance, all of those things that will lead us to, at the end of the day, hopefully, to constructed billboards.
Yeah, the RFP process is in order to try and maximize the financial benefit for the city. Doing a fair and impartial process where you explain, this is what we're thinking about. We're thinking about developing some billboards. Proposers come and tell us, what's your best bid? What's your best proposal? What's your experience? How good are you at doing this sort of thing? And what's going to be the benefit to the city? You then have an impartial process of evaluating those bids, which is what the state requires. We need to follow a process of evaluating these bids, in a fair manner. And so that's what staff's done. And now they're coming forward with their proposal based on their analysis. And that's a required process.
So tell me if this statement makes sense to you. Staff recommends that mayor and city council approve the selection of branded city Los Angeles LLC to develop, construct, operate, and maintain electronic on city-owned real property. To develop, construct, operate, and maintain. So that means, and then direct staff to draft the lease agreement. I know that's a lease agreement is next, but then it seemed to me that if we approve it today, it's going to the development, construct, operate, and maintain the electronic boards. So is that?
It needs to, let me answer, Christian. It needs to move forward to the next phase of the project, which is working with Caltrans to obtain permission, working with our planning department to make the necessary updates to the general plan. It becomes a project. Once we identify height, it may require that we go to the planning commission. Obviously, there's risk along the way that there might not be an approval at the council level or at the planning commission level, or that Caltrans says no to allowing them on there. But we can't get to those answers without identifying a partner. And what we're doing tonight is identifying a partner to move forward to achieve the ultimate goal of bringing money into the city through digital billboards.
So the next question is just another follow-up question from Councilmember Menzo. Well, if we right now have two billboards that we're looking at.
We've identified two.
And if the council were to grant it to the contract to branded cities tonight, approval, what about, let's say a year from now, we have another contract, another billboard up. Is it mean that we are going to grant it to a branded city, or so we are going to the part of, go to another process?
It would make the most sense to consider the possibility of continuing the relationship with them, because you've already vetted them and you will have known them well enough that you can move forward with that. But that can be decided at a later date.
I will wait for my turn. Next is Councilmember Ho.
Well, I do believe in Westminster RFP process, And I know that the reason this process was established is to make it fair and impartial and for people to apply and then be vetted by staff. And our city council members should not be involved, so should not be involved. And to make it fair, our city council members should not be involved. And so I don't know what the problem is, but I mean, I really think we have a really good one here. And if you're telling me, I do trust staff, that, you know, you went through the process, and I read the 6 companies applied, and you chose the best one, and that is Branded Cities of Los Angeles, LLC. So, I mean, I like what I read. And I think, as you know, the process is not a guarantee that they are going to end up with those 2 billboards. I mean, it's the start of what they need to do, but when it's like you gotta approve to give them the green light to move forward, but it's not a guarantee that they are going to have the 2 billboards. There could be hiccups along the way, and maybe they won't get that, whatever they need to get through planning, right?
Correct.
So I understand that, and so I don't have a problem. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a lot of questions for you guys. First of all, I want to make it clear that I'm the one that pushing this project so hard, because I know that, you know, once we have this installed, then we're going to have a lot of money coming in. But in the other hand, I am concerned about the process that we staff put out there in terms of the IFP. Okay, let me ask you this question. How long does it take the city staff to go back and forth, you know, dealing with or evaluate on the companies that, you know, apply for the IFP? That's my first question. You said that, Mr. Adolfo, you said that you guys spend a lot of time in working on this thing. So
Correct.
how many hours that you've been spending on this?
Well, to prepare the RFP is a very intricate process where we look at other sample RFPs. For example, as an example, Fountain Valley recently went through a similar process. So we looked at their RFP, and we also made contact with Caltrans, because they are ultimately the approving agency. So a lot of work went into the RFP, I would say, from June to December of last year. We were pulling all the necessary technical information together to put out a good RFP. And then we just kind of waited and gave the private sector an opportunity to read it, consume it, ask questions. We received the actual proposals on January 30th. And between January 30th and March 20th, and really to April, we probably met, well, the week of March 16th to the 20th, those were all-day meetings because we were interviewing consultants. We don't really put a time limit on them. We had really good, lengthy conversations with everyone. Everybody was asked the same question. So to answer your question, I would say that reviewing the proposals, we went from January to April. Some weeks very intense, whole days. Other times, just checking in with the other staff members that were reviewing the documents.
All right, so you think that give the council members like 72 hours to make a very, very important decision, like a multi-million-dollar decision is fair for us?
This happens everywhere. This is the process.
It's a process.
And then the fact that we talked about it at the strategic plan.
All right, so I think it's it's fair for the council to, because we refer to what Councilwoman from West said earlier. Everything that the council make, every decision that the council made, going to go back. If anything go wrong, it's going to go back and bite us on the hands. So it's our decision. It is our. I mean, like we have to be very careful in making decisions. Let me see. I believe that the decision that, like back in time, the decision that the council make in selling the Liberty Park across the street, like about 15 or 17 years ago, it's going back like about a year earlier, digging up by Council Member Hall. And it's going to cost the city a lot of money. It costs the city a lot of money in terms of investigation. So that's just one example. And there's another example that I want to bring up is one of the deal that the city council has decided to sell the building for the 405 cabinets. At the time, the city council just want to save like a $2 million different. And they picked the company that we are now stuck with. And that company doesn't make any money for us, or just a little bit money. Instead of the trucking company that going to make like about $2 million a year for us. So that's the decision, that's the wrong decision that the council member made. So, and let me read to you what I wrote down here.
Yeah, I just caution, I think some of that might not be disclosable information.
Yes, I watched that, but we're not deeply discussing to the matter. But he mentioned it. He didn't discuss the matter, so it's okay. Yeah, it's okay now.
Right. Just caution.
Okay.
I think I'm very disappointed that council member, before the council members make decision, we are not be informed on whatever that we are about to make a decision to. I think staff should get council member to involve in the process along the way, or like some study section. If you guys don't want us to be in the meeting with the company like Branded Cities or other cities, other companies. And second, I think the staff report that we have here does not elaborate in details on how or why Branded City Los Angeles was chosen as the top rank selection. I have no idea which other vendors apply, what they each offer the city, and what criteria were used to rank each applicant. The third thing, I would also like to know how far apart is the top rank applicant versus the company that came in second and third. And furthermore, what experience does this vendor have with Caltrans? I think it would be smart to find out how many freeway billboard permits have they successfully secured from Caltrans. field. Okay, I insist that staff invite members of the city council to be more involved in this RFP process and the future RFP process. And as such, I will make a motion to table this item for 4 months until the full city council has more time to understand this process. I'm you back, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. You know, I do not, I think that staff work diligently to follow the process, and, you know, I don't doubt their effort of working, you know, to get the projects going for the benefit of the cities, for the benefit of these communities. I also understanding timing is very important. Although I am disturbed by asking the council to approve the project without enough information. I know that you talk a lot about the branded cities, and of course, I understand why you want to convince us why we chose branded city is the contractor. But at least I need to know that with the company XYZ, where are the other 4 or 5 proposer? I don't know whether they are X, Y, or Z, or whatever, or ABC company. And like I said, I don't doubt, but at the same time, you know, if we make a decision on this, and without knowing what are there out there actually applying for, and blindly approve this projects, I don't feel comfortable with that. And we have many months, you know, at least that we go through this process of, you know, presenting this company versus that company, and then why we are choosing this company over the other. I think it makes sense of doing that. I don't doubt that you have gone through that, but I don't think that you have enough information to present it to us tonight to make a decision, informed decisions. So with that, I second the motion that the mayor, vice mayor, motion.
Mr. Mayor, may I say something?
Yeah.
For transparency purposes, I understand that you don't want council to be involved in this process. I understand for transparency, but also the other way around as well. What make, you know, you say, or I say that staff isn't being transparent, that they're hiring people that they know, right? So what my suggestion for transparency on both ways, on both sides of the aisle, is that you guys bring proposal of at least 2 or 3 other, that was the top 4 that you recommended. Bring those to us. So as the body, the council here is elected by the people. And we make the decision. They're trusting us to make decision like this, which is worth $121 million, right? So it's so important for us to be that voice for the people in each of our districts. So I think for transparency purposes, it's best that you bring to us again those 4 applicant at the table. What did they offer? We didn't even know what they offer, you know? So for transparency purposes, again, if you can bring that to us, I agree with Mr. Mayor and Vice Mayor regarding we need more information. We need to know what they propose. And there's no special interest in this selection.
Mayor, if I may,
yes, please.
Because I've been silent. I've been silent on the, and if the audience
ahead,
would
go
just
ahead.
not interject in this.
Go ahead.
So I find it insulting that, you know, we have a process, and there is a transparent, clear process in how you issue RFPs in general law cities. That is exactly what we've done. We've had this conversation for a while. I have spoken to each and every one of you individually as we've been rolling out this discussion about billboards. Now, in being transparent and preserving the integrity of this process, number 1, as policy makers, we present you with the best option for you. If you would like to be involved behind the scenes with the process, writing the process, picking out the consultants, please, by all means, we have plenty of city jobs available. The second part of that is we, as staff, use our experts, use our legal team, we use our resources to, again, engage with the right people to talk with these consultants, and again, present to you something that is digestible for you. So it is not appropriate for staff, any staff in any city, to provide you with all of the options for the RFP, because you at a council up here are not supposed to be interfering and interjecting in that process. We are not supposed to be negotiating on the dais about the RFP process. It is no different than when you have a construction project that's being proved outside and we're presenting that to you. Because if that were the case, nothing gets moved. So with all due respect, I don't recommend tabling this, but if you do need more time to evaluate the staff report, items that we provided you last Friday, which is in advance of 72 hours that we've spoken about, that would be the opportunity. We can move it to another meeting. But again, tabling it so that you can negotiate based on all the RFPs that have been proposed would not be in the best interest of this council or the organization.
I agree.
I'm next.
It is insulting for you to tell us.
Councilmember West, would you please?
You have your opportunity. You have your opportunity.
Yes.
And Mr. Menzel, Mr. May is talking.
Yes.
Yes, the mayor's trying to get a handle on this meeting, so let him do that.
Yeah, then why are you talking?
Because you're talking.
You're talking.
No, please.
The mayor's doing his job.
Please,
let the mayor do his job.
Yes.
Please, let's let the mayor.
Let the mayor do his
Can I go
job.
first?
Yes.
Well, Mayor, you let me go.
Okay, go ahead.
So,
I know
it's really, I definitely do not know what's going on. Is it like I'm, not to be disrespectful, but it seems like I'm in a bizarre world up here listening. It's like this topic of billboards didn't just start, 6 months ago. The mayor and Councilmember Ho and our previous mayor, this has been a topic, so it wasn't the vice mayor's idea. This has been a topic as far as how to generate much needed revenue in this community. So this didn't just start. And our staff, when we have other projects that need to be RFP'd, they have always done the professional steps to bring us the most qualified contractor when it comes to public works jobs, when it comes to different contractual jobs, and this is no different. So we're saying that we trust staff with all these other projects, but now all of a sudden we don't trust staff with this one? What's going on here? This is very, very, I'm just out of words at what's going on. I'm not done yet. Why are you guys always cutting off? I let you guys talk. We just went through a study session where it's clearly saying that we're broke, we're out of money. We don't have enough funds to continue our public safety. We are losing officers. We don't even have the means to compete with other cities when it comes to our staff wages, when it comes to our police officers' wages. Our police officers are, of course, they're going to go to another city when it comes to, they're going to go make more money somewhere else, not over here. Now we're saying that we don't want to move forward with a project that started many moons ago. And here's right in front of you the potential that this has. This is not the last word. All this is saying that this is the next step to move forward on something that we've been talking about for years. And all of a sudden, we don't trust staff.
I got it. You repeating yourself.
But it's my time. I definitely do not interrupt you, Mayor.
I understand, but you are repeating yourself.
I'm not repeating myself. It's my time, and I'm just trying to understand what is going on here.
Okay, then.
So what is it that we do not trust staff all of a sudden? Because there's not enough information here? Is that what I heard? If you sat there and read everything, you would get all the information that you have. It's right in front of us.
Did you not hear our concern?
Why are,
Let him finish.
let the mayors running the meeting? It's just blowing my mind how all of a sudden we're saying that we don't trust staff and we don't trust the process. So somehow they're trying to trick us into choosing somebody that's not the most beneficial for our community. This obviously the history of this company is here. Now the next step is we have to move forward. This is the next step. If down the road in the process, something happens where the Caltrans doesn't, this is not the final, as the city attorney and assistant city manager has stated. I do not understand what is the confusion.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember West?
So I guess, yes, we were informed, city manager, that you told us, me personally, I don't know, I can't testify to those other council member, but to me, you say, Amy, you will like the one we choose. Where's the other 4 option? We want to know what they propose. That's all we're asking for transparency purposes. And as a council, it is good to bring before us to look at it as well and read it. And maybe we say, yes, you're correct, city manager. This is the best solution. But we never got that opportunity. That's what we're asking as the face of the city of Westminster, as elected official of the city of Westminster. That's all we're asking. We're not asking to be in the process of hiring these contractors. We didn't ask for that because we want to separate ourselves from that. We just asked for those applicants and what they propose. What's wrong with that?
Okay, I think we got your point, so I don't want you to repeat yourself. Next, if you don't have anything, then I will.
All I was going to say is if you actually read some of these agreements for some of these bids, the actual proposals are confidential until it's actually awarded. So you couldn't see them until it's actually awarded, the rest of the bids.
Yes, like I said earlier, staff. I've been on multiple agencies, and I know, and I respect, like I said, I respect, and you know, I don't doubt that you guys doing your diligent job in terms of selecting the right vendor or contractor for us. However, what I've always seen is that, you know, at least you present us couple, and you said, this is the reason why we chose this one over the other. I don't need to have 5 of them, 6 of them, but I need at least, you know, the second best or third best of the contractors, so that we can compare, we can say, oh, okay, this is right. And that's why we are confidently, you know, if you tell me that you cannot do that because of, you know, because of selection or for whatever reason, I don't think it's true, because it's always happened for another agency when I work with them, that they present it to us from the bidding process. They allow themselves to open up the bid. We are not interfere with that. But whenever the council, the board meeting, they are presenting us the fact, because I believe that public information already at the time. So that's all I ask. Like I said, you know, we have no problem we are not doubting the integrity of or the effort that staff putting in. It's just that we want to make, I don't care, I don't know about the other people, but for me, you know, I want to make sure that I make an informed decision on this. So, you know, we've been waiting for many years already. I mean, a couple more meetings just to iron out, or when you prepare the report and bring it back. I don't think it's take years to decide, you know, of this. I'm pretty sure that we can, you know, make decision, well-informed decision by next meeting or the following meetings. I don't see any problem with that.
Can we go for
Yes,
vote?
go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, it's quite unusual, but after listening to 3 or 4 people already speaking ahead of me, I'm thinking, okay, it is quite demoralizing for staff to be kind of like interrupted in the process, or shall I say hijacked, the process is hijacked. I don't know for what reason, but I think in light of what I heard and what I listened to, in that, okay, they want to see who else and how you arrived at the conclusion with this company, and being that RFPs, I mean, these are confidential information that you agreed to keep it under wraps for those who did not get chosen, or they did not win the bid, in other words. So knowing that, maybe to mitigate, to compromise, maybe we could bring this back in a closed meeting, perhaps, and let them see. I understand, like I said, it's very demoralizing, but I would much rather you. Where's your city attorney? I would much rather do that to appease them, and so that we can move forward. I mean, it'll be a delay of one meeting, but so what? Okay, I hear that. That's quite unusual, but let's just move forward and do that. I'd rather do that than disappoint staff. You know, it's quite demoralizing to me too. So that's what I would recommend, is that we move forward with doing a closed meeting where you present what you get information about the other
Can we do that?
bids, and still keep it under wraps so that we can keep their confidentiality agreement and not violate that. That's what I would approve.
Can we do that? Is that legal?
I think I need to
In a
think
closed
about
session.
that one. I mean, ultimately, it's city property, and we're talking about a lease of the property. Again, I mean, ultimately, I wasn't involved in the process personally, so I don't have the document in front of me, but we need to follow an RFP process where you say all of the bidders, here's what we want. They all supply the information, and then it gets evaluated in a fair and impartial manner. Ultimately, staff ranks it. Okay, they're going to rank it in some way, and that's presented to the council. Honestly, I do think it's not an unfair request to say that, to see the other bids, because to make a final decision, it is fair to say, well, what am I comparing it against?
Absolutely.
It might be 700,000, it might be something very close, you know. There may be logical reasons why they disagree with the ultimate assessment, but it has to be justified. You have to follow a fair process. You have to justify the decision in the end. But
As long as
what I
we're
would
not
say-
violating the RFP process, but I think it's reasonable.
I'm sorry, the city attorney is talking, so let him finish that.
What I would suggest is do what was suggested, which is to come back, bring those proposals, have them explained side by side, and then have staff's recommendation as to why they believe this is the best bid. I think
In a
that's,
closed meeting?
personally, I think it's fine in an open meeting to have those. And as to the confidentiality, that part, again, I don't have it in front of me, but normally when you do a bid like this, there's certain financial information about the company as to why they're a good company and well financially backed, that will be confidential information and it would not be disclosable. There may be some trade secrets in some situations. So I don't know about this particular bid, but the proposal itself is usually open. You know, that's a public document once it's submitted and being evaluated. Let me do that evaluation. I guess if you want to do this in closed session, you could make a motion to do that, and as long as we can do that, I will come back with that.
Yeah, I'd like to make that motion, please. And we will evaluate in a closed session, and then come back with a decision. And so item 5.3, let's bring it to closed session.
Well, for the purpose of moving forward, and I'll second that. I mean, it's reasonable, I guess.
Can I speak, Mr.
Yes,
Mayor?
please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, to be clear, This is my saying to Councilman Menzo. No, I just want you to know that no one have said that we don't believe in staff. That's period. Okay? You always play the same old card whenever that you disagree with us. Okay? And I will very appreciate that if you care so much when it comes to Measure C, that cost the city $400,000.
Please, don't bring it up. You go ahead.
$4 million is more than 100,000. So.
No, I don't want to go into that right now. Please, so go ahead and, if you want to counter him, go ahead and counter him on that.
I just want everybody to know that we are elected official here. We make decisions based on the benefit of the people. We are not going to say yes at everything that staff throw at us. Okay, tell me, answer me this question. Do the staff correct on the time? Right on the time? Just tell me that question, answer me.
But there's a
Go ahead and move on.
All right.
Move on.
Are you
Okay, all right. Once again, I just don't feel comfortable of having nothing to compare with and blindly voted on this. What happened if there is a mistake later on, people will point out, you voted for that. And I said, well, because of the staff brought up the report and I voted for that, then it's not the right things to do. I need to be able to understand what we are voting for. I want to mention that again, we are not going to point the finger at staff because I know that they've been working hard, diligently. They follow the process. There was a process, and they follow each and every step of it. It's just that I don't see it enough information for me, particularly to decide on these projects. Therefore, I don't feel comfortable, or because again, I do agree with. Councilmember West, because every time that we vote, it's in the record that we are voting for what. And then, one day it come back and tell us, why do you vote for this one? Well, everything going through smoothly, then, there's no question about it. But if there is something, came up and, we are going to be poor and question about it. And at that point, I can't tell them, no, I just voted because the staff recommended. That's not the right thing to do. So anyway, I understand there's a motion to have this discussion in the closed session. But before that, I know that we have a motion to postpone this. I know that you make a decision to postpone it for the next 4 months. Can you shorten that because time is of the essence?
Okay, I can modify it 2 months.
Okay, then I will second it with you on that. So is there a motion?
So hold on.
Is it the substitute motion or no?
We had a motion. Councilmember Ho, I believe, made a motion.
Yeah.
We make the motion to move forward. He make a motion and I second it that delayed for 4 months.
I see, okay. So you're modifying that motion.
So now
Okay.
we are
Very good.
modifying that motion, but I'm talking about the closed section. Is it a substitute motion or is this a
Well,
separate?
if it came second, then that would be a substitute
Okay,
motion.
then I need you to substitute that motion if you want to.
Yeah, may I make that substitute motion and bring it into closed session? Because I don't understand why we pick a random 2 months, but we can move this forward and be able to see everything we need to see in closed session.
Yeah, I second that. I mean, if it's more information we're seeking, I don't think it's going to take staff 2 months to gather that information. So, I mean, why not just hear that information at our next council meeting? At a closed session.
Okay,
That's information they have on hand already.
We have a substitute motion to have it in the.
Can I ask Ms. Ho
Sure.
if she's willing to modify her motion, substitute motion,
Okay, go ahead.
to make it a public.
You know,
Okay.
I don't mind that, it's just that there, I mean, if you're going to make an assessment, you'll need to see everything, like, say, financial information, et cetera. And if those things, or like, as somebody mentioned earlier, like trade secrets and things that,
No,
wouldn't you want to be able to see all that? Then that has to be seen in closed session, you know? That's for the 5 council members.
We just need information to validate why we're choosing this company.
Yeah, you'll see
contractor versus
all
the other
that,
one.
but
the
if we
thing is
take
that
it
with
to public, we won't be able to see things that are, we won't be able to take it and see it in all the sensitive information in public, is what I'm saying.
Councilmember Ho and Councilmember West.
Mayor?
We do have the substitute motion. We do have the
Mayor?
motion on the floor.
I'm sorry to interrupt you,
Okay,
sir.
go ahead.
But before you settle on a date, I did want to mention, I've been the lead person on this from the
Okay.
beginning until now.
Sure.
I'm not available on the 14th, I think, if that's the date that's being brought up.
So the 14th of June, is
June.
that what you said?
Like, he's not here the next meeting.
I'm not here at the next meeting.
No,
Okay.
but the following meeting.
I'm not here the 14th. I just want to make it
The
clear because
14th.
if we're going to talk about,
28th is
Okay,
June
the
28th.
So
14th
then make
is,
it the following meeting,
not the next
next
meeting.
month,
I
second
would
meeting of next
appreciate
month.
that because all the questions, I won't be there to answer them and I need to be
Sure.
here to answer
Right,
those questions.
that's good. That's good that you
The
mentioned.
following meeting, the second meeting of June.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Closed session.
I'm the second on the substitute.
So second of, meeting of June, you are here, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Okay. All right, we have a substitute motion to have this meeting in the school session. Motion by Councilmember Ho and seconded by Councilmember Menzo. Roll call vote, please.
Councilwoman Fan West,
No.
Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nguyen,
No.
Mayor Nguyen.
I will state it why I vote the way I voted. I think that by this time, the information that we concerned about should be readily available by by staff already.
Yeah.
So there is no point to have the co-section to talk about this. Okay, all they do is just go ahead and gather the information that we requested and bring it forward to the second meeting of June. So with that, I say no. Let's go back to original meeting, original motion.
For the record, 2-3, motion failed. So with our first motion, I have from Vice Mayor Nguyen to table this for 2 months.
No, table it to the second meeting of.
Okay,
of
so we're
the
going to push it to June 28th.
June 20.
And I have a
is
second
it
by
June
Mayor
28?
Nguyen.
But that's not his original. You want to amend that?
He tabled it.
Okay, so
I mean, he.
Yeah, could you just
Or 2
clarify your,
months.
could you clarify your motion?
Can you
Yeah.
clarify your motion?
Vice Mayor,
2 months from now.
2 months from now.
We make
2
it-
months
That
from
will
now,
be-
which is, today is the 24th.
Can we make it
The
the second?
28th is 2 months from
Can we
now.
make it the second
Modify to
meeting in June?
Yeah,
That's
June
June.
28th.
June
It's
28th.
June 28th.
So June 28th,
Because
not
I
2
don't
months?
know if like staff have enough time to go over this project with, every single council member.
So
There's plenty of time, and they have
So
all the
what is the time
information.
that you propose?
June-
Mr. Mayor?
June 28th.
we have everything ready to, we have everything. This is a very methodical process. We have everything. It's just a matter of what our city attorney is going to lead us to be able to provide and the
Right.
best format to provide it.
Yeah.
June 28th.
There's certain
Are
information
you
we
okay
can't
with that, or
provide
you want
publicly.
to have another date? Tell me.
That was the whole
point
point
of
of
the
the
council
closed session.
So how many weeks have we have here?
We have 5 weeks.
Okay, we have 5
1,
weeks.
2,
I
3,
mean, June
4,
28th, we're
5,
coming
5
back with
weeks.
a budget, so if you want, we can do it July 12th, which is the first meeting.
Yeah,
In July.
I'm comfortable with July 12th.
Okay,
That's fine.
well, then go ahead and revise it. Well,
okay, so I have a motion on the floor from Vice Mayor Nguyen to bring this back on July 12th.
Right.
Yeah.
And I have a second by Mayor Nguyen?
yes.
Okay. I'll go ahead and call roll for this motion. Councilwoman Fan West,
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
And this will be a public meeting?
Yes.
Yes, fine.
Vice Mayor Nguyen,
Yes.
and Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. Next,
So July 12, right?
July 12th. That's the first meeting in July. Okay, next is 5.4, approval of amendment number 1 to the agreement for animal shelter services in fiscal year of 2023-2024. Do we need the staff for this?
Motion to approve.
Second. Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. Now, this is, I have a few questions before I second that. The question that I have is, I remember the date that we approved this project 3 years ago. We have full and crowded council chambers asking for this. And the council happily approved the projects. When I read the report today, and it's been 3 years, and staff, can you answer me until about a month ago, that WACS came back and presented us with the 8% increase and give us the number of reasons why they increased 8%. Why didn't I hear that all along and until this point? I'm not saying that I'm not I create problems here, but I want to understand why all of a sudden, it's not even 2 or 3 months before, it's just 1 month. It says right here, on April 25th, exactly 1 month. WAC sent the city a letter requesting an 8% increase to their contract price for each of the remaining 2 years. Did staff know about it or this, or you just known this on April 25th?
Good evening again, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. From what I heard on the last discussion, I'd rather just introduce the vendors in this case
Okay.
From WAGS, and you can ask them directly in
Sure.
complete transparency.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief. Thank you for being here, answering
you.
the questions.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. So to answer the first question, I actually did put a inquiry email out in November, knowing my contract was up July 1st. So I started then trying to ask what we should be doing. I'm trying to prepare and knowing that right before COVID is when we met here. It was actually a day before shutdown. And all during COVID, WAGS ran its business, and we mostly try to stay out of the fray of this. So you wouldn't have heard from us until I was anticipating the end of the contract coming. So I did start in November. I did not hear back after, I think it was 3 emails that I sent out, and I assume I just didn't rise to the importance of the council members or the city at this moment until it was March. It was actually March, and then the conversation started around April. So I would have said it earlier, knowing what we were dealing with, knowing that we came in, technically we're coming out of COVID with massive expenses to what we do. There's been an animal shelter crisis all across the United States, but for Westminster alone, the jump from, if it's 2,800 animals to, it is easily going to be about 3,400 animals that are brought in through our doors from January to December. I'm doing it by calendar year, not by the fiscal year. That is huge. That is related to the city that we're in and the needs of the people, that folks had 2 to 3 dogs, 4 dogs, and they're being unhoused, and now there's no place for the dogs to go. We are often holding on to 50 to 65 dogs on property, and that has not been seen before in 12 years. So the request is coming post-COVID Medical supplies for veterinary services is over 10% higher than just a year ago. It has crept up incrementally over the last 3 to 4 years. If anybody has tried to get veterinary services, you can see the increase just in your own personal bill. Those same costs are passed on to animal shelters as we purchase supplies, as I try to hire veterinarians, as I try to provide services that are still equal to veterinary services to every animal that comes in that door. So we have an increase in our overhead as well. Our rent lease is up as well, and that has an increase of 6%. We've had only 2% increases all along since we last met. We do as much fundraising as we can to bridge the gap between what we have for revenue and expenses. Within the past couple years, we have dipped into what little savings we have to cover our cost. Last year, we dipped into about $62,000 and pulled it from savings in order to cover cost. So it just becomes down to realistic expenses that are out there, and we cannot cover the costs at only a 2% increase, and the 8% seemed very reasonable. It will bring our annual contract fee to $618,000, which I do believe if you do search around for other services, it is going to still be higher than that in order to maintain 3,400 animals within a calendar year.
Okay, I want to thank for all the work that you do, and I am not questioning you for, you know, the number of, animals that came in and all that. I'm not questioning that. This is the first time that I heard that you already wrote the letter in November, because by reading the report, it's just April 25th, which is not even a month. Secondly, when you wrote the letter to the city, what are the contents? Did you mention all these things?
Oh, yes. Yes,
Okay,
I
so
did list them out.
The contents was there.
Yes.
Now, if I were you for the last 3 years, if I have to put in that much of work, I will quite rough about it already. I will make sure that city knows about it. I don't wait until the last minute to do this, even though I know that the contract is there. I mean, I cannot do anything because the contract, we signed the contract, we are obligated to perform. But then, if you whine around that time, I can reasonably understand why we are doing what we're doing today. And it's no difficult for me to make decision, because now it's just until a month from now, and you ask for 8% increase. I am representing the people. I need to know that. I need to know why we're doing that. So I hope that in the future, we need, as a contract and vendors and as a contractor, I guess that we need update from you once in a while, whether you did the. Since the time that I approved until now, we have none report from you guys.
I am more than willing to come anytime.
So, I think that from the city standpoint, from staff standpoint, I think that we should look into that, with all the vendors or contractor that we have with. We want to make sure that they bring in and update us on what's going on. And all of a sudden, a month from the contract ended, and then asked for 8% increase. Oh, wow, I'm glad that you asked for 8, but you asked for 10. Then, what can we do? So with that, I just want to make sure that the staff know about it and make sure that we move, cognizant on updating the council of what's going on. So I second the motion. We have a motion and second on the floor.
Okay, we'll go ahead and call the roll. Councilwoman Fan West?
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo?
Yes.
Councilmember Ho?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nguyen?
Yes.
And Mayor Nguyen?
Yes.
5-0, motion passed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yes. It's 10 o'clock. Thank you for the reminder from Councilmember Menzo, do you want to make motion to extend it?
Motion to extend the meeting past 10 o'clock.
I second.
Okay, motion and second to extend the meeting past 10 o'clock.
Okay, I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilman Fan West,
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nguyen,
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion passed.
All right, again, thank you. Thanks to Councilmember Menzo for reminding me. The next item is 5.5, leasing to the city vehicles to enterprise fleet leasings. I move to approve.
Second.
We have motion and
I have a
second on the
motion
floor.
by Mayor Nguyen and a second by,
Any question? Or else
Can I
we're gonna-
say something?
Okay, Councilmember West.
You know, as I am into business of cars, I look up and calculate the numbers, and I thought this is amazing deal. So good job, Jake. We
That's
make more.
Scott.
Oh, good job, Scott. Yeah, good deal.
All right, that's it?
Yes.
Okay, motion on the floor.
I have a motion. I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilwoman Fan West,
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Yes, oh,
Okay.
yes for you already.
May I have a question before I cast my vote? This is for Scott, right? I was wondering if we go through the same process like what IFP or what?
PRF.
Sorry, can you repeat the question one more time?
Go through the process, the bidding process.
Oh,
The
we use
IFP.
Sourcewell. Sourcewell is a government entity that basically they go through and they do all the RFPs and then they pick the company that has the lowest price and then we could piggyback on that. It's called Sourcewell. We use it quite a bit on the city, especially on the vehicle side.
Okay, thank you, Scott.
Oh, sorry.
If there is no question, then we have a motion and second on the floor. Go ahead and call for roll call vote, please.
I have, on the record, I have yeses from both Councilwoman Fan West, Councilmember Monzo, Councilmember Ho, and I just need from Vice Mayor Nguyen,
Yes.
and then Mayor.
Yes.
5-0, motion passed.
Okay, next item is 6.1. First reading of an ordinance exempting certain designated activities by minors from sidewalk vendor regulatory scheme.
Yes, I can do the introduction to that.
Okay.
Back in April 26th, the city council introduced a sidewalk vending food truck ordinance, and that was seconded on May 10th. But during the April 26th meeting, as part of the discussion, Councilwoman Pham West had asked that there be included or prepared a separate ordinance that would provide exemptions to the sidewalk vendor permit requirement so that these particular individuals wouldn't have to go out and get a permit simply because they were on the sidewalk doing certain activities, such as things similar to a lemonade stand or the sale of Girl Scout cookies or things of that nature. So we went ahead and prepared an ordinance, and that is what is before you tonight. But what the ordinance essentially would accomplish, and these are exemptions, you don't have to get a permit if you're doing the following activity. It says the provisions of this chapter shall not be applicable to or deemed to prohibit someone from the vending of lemonade or other similar activity by a minor under the age of 16 from a location immediately in front of their residence. And then there's also a sentence that says any such activity shall not exceed 1 day per month. Now, I put that in there just to try to limit how often it occurs. That is rather random, but it's an attempt to try and limit that it's not happening all the time. The second exemption would be the vending of prepackaged cookies, snacks, or other candies by a minor under the age of 16 for a period not exceeding 30 days per year for the purpose of fundraising for a nonprofit 501c3 organization, including but not limited to the Girl Scouts of America or other similar charitable nonprofits, dedicated to serving children or schools. And that one really is targeted towards any number of fundraising that goes on at schools or sports or youth activity type organizations, that they would not be required to get one of these sidewalk vending permits to conduct that kind of activity. And finally, that there's nothing in here allows someone to violate other laws, like blocking the sidewalk or creating fire hazards. That would not be allowed. So that's what this ordinance accomplishes, and it's for the council to discuss. And
Is it the change that you recommended?
this is the recommendation that I made,
Okay.
yes.
I move to approve the first reading of the ordinance, and you are welcome to comment if you still
I
have.
second.
I have some changes I
Yeah.
want to make.
Go ahead.
Okay, so number one, this item 6.1 was requested by me. Thank you, City Attorney. Staff never give me the report to review. I asked that tonight City Clerk make the changes where it's stated requests by, change it to Councilwoman Fan West. This mistake was made by staff, city manager, and should not happen. And moving forward, this should not happen because, as you know, city manager, I have requested this, and everyone can attest that I wanted to make sure we have this for minors, lemonade stand. So with that, if we can change that, that'll be great. Also, another change in the ordinance under section 8.06.025A. Please take out where it stated such activities should not exceed 1 day per month. We should never limit how many times a minor have a lemonade stand or similar activities. However, we should encourage commerce and entrepreneurship in those minors. Allowing minors to have lemonade stands and engage in other similar activities is a topic that should encourage small-scale entrepreneur activities by minors. It teaches them valuable skills and promote creativity, responsibility, and financial literacy, which most minors are lacking in our society. In order to prepare the next generation of leaders, this is a training ground for those minors to practice without any restrictions. Recognizing the educational and entrepreneur benefits, some state and jurisdiction have already passed laws to explicitly protect and support young entrepreneurs by exempting them from certain regulation or creating lemonade stand laws. That makes it easy for minors to operate these small businesses. That's why tonight, Section A in the last line need to be removed, and I motion to pass 6.1 with those changes to support and encourage minors to be entrepreneurship. With that being said, Mr. Mayor, I yield my time.
Can I make one just suggestion there with what
Yes,
you said?
please.
Since the staff report is already prepared and in the record, so changing that at this point, I mean, it would be helpful if maybe going forward, the next time something like this happens, in the requested by section, we would put your name, but to go back and change the staff report to have your name on it would be difficult, I think, because that is the staff report that was presented tonight. So
Yes,
would that be acceptable?
I believe that the city manager have.
I mean, here's the reality. We all know, because you made it known, that this was your item when it was presented as your item the previous time around about the lemonade stand. It was a suggestion you made in the record that you proposed the lemonade stand thing. But at this juncture, when it is a derivative of a previous item, it becomes administration, because administration, in this case, the city attorney's office, wrote the actual policy itself, but you made the direction clear at the last meeting. Doesn't necessarily mean that that's where you would put your name on the staff report, that it was requested by you. It is a follow-up of a council-approved action. The whole council, on your suggestion, approved it. So it's appropriate to leave it as administration. It's not one of the reports that you brought up, like the Title 42 one, where it's going to have your name on it. This was a follow-up action that needed to take place based on an action the entire council took.
So in the last vote, all 5 vote to move the lemon stand. Is that correct, City Clerk?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
In the last motion that we moved to create a lemon stand, is that correct? That all the council voted a yes vote?
Unfortunately, that was prior to my time with the
Yes, he
city, so
wasn't
I
even
don't
here.
have that at hand.
Yes.
So I mean, you would know, did you?
Let me
vote for it?
tell you.
But
I think
basically
we all
what I'm trying
agree.
to say.
I think we all agree to.
What I'm trying to say is when Christine, when you brought it to me and I said, can we put the lemonade stand? You say, should we move it to the last meeting so that we can vote together, or should we move to this meeting? And I say, yes, we can leave that alone. Let's vote on that ordinance first, and then we'll move to this.
Let me,
And then I thought you're going to bring it to me so I can read it because I requested it. So I guess what I'm trying to say is, in the future, if someone requested, like, can you give them the staff report to read it?
So, to be fair,
And that's my fault. I should have,
yes,
I should have shared it.
because
Yes.
when there are items that you as council members request, and I bet the rest of the council member can attest, I always send you a draft email with the report. I didn't write this report. I believe you went directly to the city attorney to correspond with him directly to figure out the report. That's where that would have come in, that he would have talked to you about that report or provided that report.
So, yeah, if you can.
Let me go ahead
give
and
it to me
state
in
the
future,
fact.
That'd be great.
Let me state the fact. I'm not on any side, but then I know that this problem came up to me before, and I have exactly questioned, this is an item that I brought up before, and then why my name is not there. But I got a clear explanation from the city manager saying that the first item, that when you bring it up, then it is stated you are the one who initiated. But then when we make decision, it's go back, and then it's become the staff follow-up item. So that's the reason why they didn't put my name on it. So it's happened, not happened to you
Well,
only. It's
Mr. Mayor.
Wait, hold on. It's not happened to you, only happened to me before. What we can do is if we want to, we can go ahead and change I don't think that we have ordinance for this one. I don't think we have the ordinance for this one. If we want to, we can, change the policy, but it's not happened to you alone. It happened to me before. So
I
just
know,
wanted to-
Mr. Mayor, I think you're comparing apple and oranges. What I'm saying is that basically this is the first item on the lemonade stand. With ordinance, we have to have two-time vote. Is that correct, City Attorney?
Yes, that's true. I think the distinction here, and again, we'll do whatever the council wants us to do. But the idea is that if you're bringing forward an idea and you and another council member put the item on the agenda because you think it's important, then your name should be on there to say you brought that item forward.
That's right.
In a situation like this where we're already discussing the street vendor ordinance, it's already being talked about, and a suggestion is made, we should do some other thing, and then the entire council votes and says, yes, let's do that, then it becomes a council action. But we could, if the policy, the council can provide direction. If someone makes a motion like that, and we should put the person who made that motion on there as the person who requested it, we can do that. But what I think the city manager is saying is that in that situation, it typically is a council action because the entire council voted for it. Even though you made the motion, that's.
Even though this is going to be two-second reading for this?
Yes,
item?
again, we could do it whatever the council is comfortable with. So if the council wants to adopt that policy, we can do that.
Can I interject here?
Yes.
Question, so in that scenario, when that topic came up about the lemonade stands, we could have motioned then. The motion is that when this comes back as the first reading, that staff report indicate that particular council member is the one that, and that would be in the motion instead of changing the policy. You got to do is motion that way. And then you vote, then the whole council votes. Can we do it that way?
That's another way to do it.
Yeah, can we just?
Or you can just adopt a policy saying that when somebody makes a motion to approve it,
Yeah.
we just include them from now on. Because
Which
we
is-
can do that too.
Yeah, just make a motion that,
No.
motion to
No.
bring this back as as a, bring us back at a future date with certain council members' name on it, and we all vote. That seems pretty easy.
The
Is that a
reason
motion?
why is, I think it's important, I motion, basically, my motion it was two, is to change my name by request by, I guess, the city attorney said it was too hard to do in this process right now.
It's too late, yeah.
So the other option is, I guess you can say, your suggestion was that to say Councilwoman Fan West
Can I
request
suggest?
this?
Yeah, let me make a suggestion, based on what I'm hearing, which is that you would like to make a motion to go ahead and approve this ordinance as it's written, but striking out in 8.06025, in paragraph A, the very last sentence, any such activity shall not exceed 1 day per month. But also with that motion, you're asking that on future agendas, when a council member makes a motion to do something additionally, and the entire council approves it, that person's, when that item comes forward, their name should be put on that agenda when it comes forward under the requested by section.
Yeah, I think that would be a great idea.
And-
I mean, it's
Okay.
requested by them.
That's what I'm hearing. So is there a second to that?
But we already have a motion and a motion and
But
a
I thought
second.
that has to be a different item on the agenda. Are you doing it together today?
No, you could make that motion, because this is really an informal practice that the city, as I understand it, this is not something in a code. This is,
Can we just do that for future items? This item's already there.
that's what the motion would be, future items.
Not this one.
Not this
Right.
one.
Okay, may I ask a question though?
Sure.
Mr. Mayor, okay, to make it simple, Councilwoman Van West, can you combine it with the existing motion that we have the second? I believe that Mayor Charlie make a motion to approve, and then I second it. Your
As
item.
is,
And then
without any
if
change?
you guys combine together today.
Well, the thing
we
is,
just,
you want to
make it
modify,
happen.
you want us to modify the motion, or you want to have a substitute motion?
Yeah. You want to modify the motion?
Can we
If
modify,
you have,
can you
if
guys
you have,
modify your
if you
motion?
have significant change, then I would suggest that you go ahead and substitute motion. But if it's not substitute, it's not important change, significant change, then I think modify the motion is a proper way to do it.
Mr. Mayor, let me understand what your motion is. Your motion is to prove as is on the agenda, is that correct?
Same with whatever the recommendation from the city attorney.
Did you change that? I don't remember what your
So
motion was.
my understanding is your motion is simply to approve as written. She would like to remove that one sentence. That's one of the changes that she'd like, which I have no opinion on that. That, you could take that out.
I can go ahead and modify that motion.
And does the second
Right,
agree
fine.
to that?
I second it.
Okay, so that's out. And then the only other issue is she was asking that in the future, when a council member makes a motion and it gets approved by the whole council and it comes back, that council member's name gets put on future agendas, not this one. Under the requested by, that's the second part that she was asking. For future. And if you disagree with that one, then the motion is what it is right now.
I
Okay.
would think that, that's not a bad idea, but the thing is that it will create a lot of follow-up or works for staff. If it is an item that's already known that your items already, the follow-up for the next meeting, I think is, just let staff doing it. I don't know why we need to restate it, the name again. But this is very minor. This is very minor, so I don't have any problem with that. So just go ahead
All right.
and modify the motion to have that. It's going to be applied to every one of us. not the single one. So, go ahead and I will modify that according to that.
Does the second
You
agree
want
to
to
that
say- you
modification?
want to-
Yeah, second.
Okay.
Okay, we have the motion and the second on the
So
floor.
my understanding is in the future it's going to be that way, right?
Yes.
So that
For
any
everyone-
items
for
that bring
everybody.
back and it's motioned by, what about the second? We have to mention about the second too, or what?
Why don't we just keep it as is, man? It's just, it's all, what is,
Okay.
this
yeah.
is just for
I agree with
grandstanding.
Councilman Manzo. Yeah,
just
keep it as is.
Yeah,
Simple.
let's keep it as is. Okay,
on.
I modify my motion to keep it as is, right now.
What is that motion?
So, okay, no, I mean like the wordings on the, on the vessel.
We'll just say
Just keep it as
administration.
like a original made by Councilwoman Van West and second, second by, let's say, Mayor Charlie, and then keep it that way.
Can I provide just a little bit of back history for you guys? So once upon a time, there was on the staff reports, before most of your guys, like all your time, there used to be a line that said requested by. And so what ended up happening was, not every council member was comfortable putting requested by, but at the same time, there were some items that were good, meaningful items, but some council members were unfortunately, they weren't given the right credit for their item, or there was just, people that would criticize the item simply because of you presenting it as opposed to it being a good item. And that happened in the past. So ultimately, the decision was made to take that requested by off. And so you have it in the body of the actual staff report itself that you made that request. And so it's in there. It's just not in that header. Now this change that's been made was just, again, by request. And I get it, you want to see your name in lights, but there was the requested by line is listed there. When it's not a council member, though, it's staff. It is staff administrating, producing it. So, we can put whatever you want on there. We can just not put staff on there and just put it for a council member when it is a council item. But, you don't necessarily want to, go against yourself if you have a good item and you're going to get criticized for putting an item just simply because it's your name on it, right? So there were just really just interesting reasons why it was taken off before, why it was on and why it's off. So up to you guys what you want to do.
Mr. Mayor, I understand that, city manager, that in the past, they have the requested by, and maybe the item is good, they don't want to put their name in because of who they are that brought it up, and the criticism, but hell no. What I mean by that is I'm gonna take the good and the bad. I'm taking responsibility for everything I put my name on. I will take all the criticism, the good and the bad, and I'm not gonna hide behind anything. That's why I wanna bring the request back by. It's because I take ownership of what I put forth, because I think about it before I put forth, and we analyze and everything. So I'm okay putting my name on the line because I recommend something for the good and the bad. So I'm not gonna hide behind anything. So that's why I think for future, whoever requested by, they should have their name on it and stick their neck out for it and be responsible for it and should be okay with it.
You guys make that decision.
Yeah.
All right, so we have a motion.
Okay, so I know this is just a little thing, it's not that big of a deal, so go ahead and include that in there, or the item, we understand the item brought up, initially brought up, is going to be identified who is the requester. But if that item bring back again for the modification, then whoever make the motion of that is going to be on the, am I right? Whoever make the motion to modify that, and then the staff have to bring back, then that person has to be on the staff report. Is that correct? Am I understand correctly?
Mayor, if I could just clarify really
I
quick.
think the original author will be on that.
Okay, then that's what I'm trying to clarify. Is it the original or the one who make the motion?
I'm going to look back to council on that. That's a decision that you
Yes.
guys made.
Yeah, because that's the thing too, the street vendor ordinance, and I don't remember, because I don't have, we don't have minutes for it. She made a recommendation for the lemonade stand thing, but without looking at the minutes, I don't remember if she was the one that made the motion for it. She made the recommendation, but it could have been any one of you that made the motion to, enter into first reading that whole ordinance to begin with, so.
So my question is to you council members, is it going to be the originator or the one who make the motion to change for the following meeting?
Mr. Mayor, the reason why I asked for, because this is an ordinance, usually ordinance was always two reading. So those who brought this up as a second ordinance for this specific minor or whatever it might be, if the person who brought it up and it needs two reading, whoever that author requested by should have their name on it. And then, we need the first reading. So whoever brought up, it needs two readings for an ordinance. So whoever requested that should have their name on it.
So you're now talking about ordinance only, not other items. Am I correct? Because there's another, let's say that I brought up an item, initiate the items, and then we discuss among
Only
the
for
item, and next time
ordinance.
we bring it back. That item, is it mine or is it the motion maker or what? Because-
The reason why I asked for this is because it's an ordinance. So it needs two reading.
So you make exception to ordinance only, is that what you're saying?
Exactly.
Can I say something real quick? Can we just get through this one and then maybe bring back an agenda item as far as the topic of requested by? A separate discussion, because we spent a bunch of time on this and we're not getting anywhere. And let's just get through this ordinance.
Is that a substitute motion?
No, I'm just making a suggestion. Right now, we're with the mayor, your motion and the vice mayor's second. Let's just get through that.
You know what,
And if
Mr.
this-
Mayor,
and let's
so
get-
just
and
make it
I was
simple.
kind of talking here.
Okay,
Would it-
sorry. Okay, go ahead.
So the mayor made a motion and a modified motion, and the vice mayor seconded it. Let's just get through this. And if this topic is prepared by, let it be a separate council agenda item for a future meeting, and then we'll discuss it then. But let's just get through this.
Yes, I do agree to that. I think that, there's conflicts, and we need to define whether it's a motion maker or the initiator. And I think that, personally, I think that whether it's the ordinance or it's an item brought up and they have to bring back, I think it should be treated the same way. So
I agree with you.
I just want to make a motion to move on and with what we stated earlier for decision of having the name on the next item or not. Let's go ahead and agenda an item so we can discuss about it later on.
Okay, and your motion includes deleting the one sentence that we
Yes.
talked about?
Yes.
Okay, and is the second agree with that?
Okay, can you repeat it?
So
You already
the motion is to approve
You didn't.
minus the one sentence and to come back and agendize the issue of whose name goes on what for a future meeting.
All right. So basically, we are going to revisit this, right? This item.
Right. We have an item and we can discuss all along.
Approve the ordinance minus the one sentence,
All right, I
But-
second.
come back on the other issue.
Yeah, I think we need to discuss a little bit more on this item. I second it.
Okay, so I have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen and a second by Vice Mayor Nguyen. This is going to be the amended ordinance for section 8.06.025A, deletion of the second sentence. I will go ahead and read the ordinance title into the record before I make roll call.
Please.
An ordinance of the Mayor and City Council of the City of Westminster, California, amending Chapter 8.06, sidewalk vending to Title 8, Health and Safety of the Westminster Municipal Code by adding Section 8.06.025, exceptions to requirements of sidewalk vendor permit, to exempt certain designated activities by minors from the sidewalk vendor regulatory scheme, and finding the ordinance not subject to the California Environmental Quality Act. Read by title only and waive further reading of. I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilwoman Fan West.
You know what, I'm a little disappointed. Just request by, and it couldn't be changed. It's just very disappointing. And I made my statement why I'm not afraid to put my name on the line and my reputation on the line. Because when I present something and propose something, I have no shame of it. So for the request to be put by whoever requested, it should be a simple decision. And I just feel like it's just so hard for you guys to vote on that. I mean, what is holding you guys back? I mean, do you want to hide behind the decision you make and the things you request?
Councilmember West, we are at the point that we are voting right now. Are you voting yes or no? Then we can move on.
You know what? I am okay with taking that section out, A, that last part, for the purpose of giving more freedom to minors to do their job. But I have a problem with you guys can't make the decision of who it's requested by. It's so simple. So for that,
Okay.
I motion, yes.
There's already a motion in a
There's a
second.
motion, we are voting now.
For that, what I was saying is that
What happened if, we are not going to change it this time. What happened if next time that we are going to discuss about it and then we can move on? We can move on, we can make decision. If the next item that you have, we can change the item now anyway.
I know, but my concern was, all I asked is like whoever requested, like, just put their name on it. I mean, that's not hard. And number one, I'm not gonna hide behind any item I put on.
Nobody's saying that.
And so, I don't understand why it's so hard to okay with whoever requests anything to put their name on it. Are they afraid to put their name on an item?
The next item has your name right on the top.
I'm not talking about that, Menzo, I'm still talking.
I have the Vice Mayor want to speak.
Okay, I think it's a little bit confusing here, Councilwoman Fan West. I'm okay with you to put, to write your name on the rest of today. But the complexity is for the future, whenever that we cannot keep track of who is the author, the original author, and who is request for the item to be bring back, right? So who is going to be who name's going to be on the title?
That's why the city clerk, before we make any motion, she's going to say, oh, okay, for the addition of the lemonade stand, for example, we're going to use this, okay, on the sidewalk vendor, that councilwoman suggests that we do this. So in that way, it's on record for the next time, when we bring this back, it's already on record,
Okay,
requested by.
Mr. Mayor, can I propose, because we haven't cast our vote yet, can I make a modification? All right, just for today, just let this one go with her name on it. But in the future, we're going to revisit this issue to determine that is it how we are going to put the name, on the resolution or the ordinance. Just,
You know how long have we been on this topic?
I'm just
Come on,
thinking,
what's the
whoever requested, just put
reasoning?
their name on
What's
it.
the reason? Is it
That's
for is it grandstanding purposes?
No, there's no grandstanding. I mean, are you afraid to put your name behind
There's
something
nothing about
requested
being
by?
afraid.
Are you afraid?
No,
Then vote for it,
you're
yes.
mixing two different topics here. Mayor, I motion to call the question, Mayor. We're done talking. A motion to call the question.
Okay, repeat the motion, please.
Is it,
Well, we have a motion and a second on the
Vice
floor.
Mayor.
is there a second to the call the question?
Call the question.
Motion.
Second.
Okay, we need to vote on that right now.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Monzo and a second by Councilmember Ho.
What motion?
To call the question.
For a call to question, I'll go ahead and do a roll call vote. Councilwoman Fan West,
No.
Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nguyen,
Yes.
and Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
4-1, motion passed.
No, that.
No, that's
That's the call the question.
call for,
So now we vote on the
Yes.
motion.
Now
Very
you go
good.
to
Now
the
we
call for
vote on the
question.
motion. But
Now we
what
call
kind
for
of
vote.
motion
We
is
were,
that?
it's already done.
The one that I proposed? the
Let me
modification I
interject.
proposed?
Second.
Let me interject. A motion to call the question is to basically stop talking
Right, I
about
know
everything.
that.
But
And
he
and
wants
it
to-
passed, so now the motion is on the table that needs to be voted on. And that motion was to approve this, minus the one line, and by recollection,
Didn't he just modify his,
let me find out what the motion was, and was it,
Yes.
it was just to bring the
So-
issue back, I thought.
Yes.
So for the record, right now, I have a motion on the floor by Mayor Nguyen and a second by Vice Mayor Nguyen to remove the second sentence of section 8.06.025A. And that is for the ordinance, and read that into the record. Then there's the separate component that would be to bring back the requested by discussion at a later meeting.
Correct.
Yes, so that's the motion, let's vote on that.
That is the motion. I will go ahead.
I believe that I did make a propose to the mayor that we are going to modify the motion, right?
he did.
We,
He modified.
no, that's not what's on the floor. The clerk just read what's on the floor, and we motioned to call the question, and it passed. Let's go.
Yeah,
I'll go ahead and call for roll.
if the motion fails, we can do another motion, that's true. So the motion right now is to just approve it with the line out and to bring this issue back for another meeting. That was what I heard. I don't know that I got a second on the change that you were discussing right now.
Yeah, he did.
I
He got from
second.
the mayor.
I second.
What is, will you second for what motion?
Okay,
So
I have,
Just
Um,
forget about my modification.
are you modifying your motion, Vice Mayor?
I'm sorry?
Are you modifying your motion, or we're sticking to the motion
City
that was
Attorney,
read?
can you chime in?
The
Well,
mayor agree with
we're
my
legally out of
modification,
bounds
then we
right
go
here.
back to
We're legally out of
the one
bounds.
that he-
So, I'm gonna, Do the
Let me
roll
just ask
call.
one question here, because I want to be sure I understand. Because I do recall Vice Mayor saying, let's just go ahead and let her make the interlineation to show that it was recommended by her. I did not hear whether or not the mayor seconded that.
No,
And that was
not
before the
correct.
motion.
No, he said that
That's the
after
way
the call the question.
If he never seconded that, then it's not part of the
We're
motion.
waiting for the mayor. And I thought he said he agreed with the vice mayor.
I did not say that I agree with Vice Mayor.
No,
Okay,
no.
I want to make sure that I'm very clear on this one. First of all, I was thinking that, we wait next time that we're going to discuss about this and then decide whether we are going to, whichever way that we want to make the change to have the name included or not included, not only to the ordinance, but also to the items that brought forward and then being changed and then bring it back. Because I don't feel comfortable with just the ordinance item and with others items that we are going to ignore it. That's my argument. And, I don't know if we want to change, are we making the change to the staff report, or we're making a change to this?
Not
According,
this one.
yeah, not,
clerk
according to your motion, no.
No.
Your motion was just.
I understand, but if we were to make change to what?
To which one? Oh, the change that's being made is just taking out a sentence out of the.
That's
order.
already,
That was, yeah, that
that's
was the.
already done.
Yes.
But I'm talking about want to have her name on which one?
You can't, so the public record is a staff report, it's
Yeah.
already, it's already.
Unfortunately, due to the Brown Act, we've already posted the agenda, and the staff report had to be posted within 72 hours. So we
Mr.
can't
Mayor,
amend it
Vice
after.
Mayor, you hear that already. You can't make a change to that.
No.
Okay, I think we're in agreement that there's no change being made. I think I've heard that a couple times
All right,
now.
so-
The motion needs to be voted on because we had to call the question. The motion is to approve the ordinance minus the one line and to bring this issue back at another meeting. That's
So
the
that's
motion.
your-
We need to vote on
Yes.
it.
Motion, right?
That's
I
my
will
motion.
call roll
A second, okay.
on the motion on the floor. Councilwoman Fan West?
Like I said again, we don't want to put restriction on kids, and requested by should not be too hard. But I guess it is very difficult for the council on here to decide to put their name when they request an item on the agenda. It's
Can we vote
it's
for it
just
now?
ridiculous. But of course, I'm going to vote yes because I want that to be a men for the kids. So in that way, they have no censorship, that they can have the free entrepreneurship spirit. So for that, I motion yes.
Okay.
I vote yes.
Councilmember Monzo?
Yes.
I have a
He
yes.
said yes.
Councilmember Ho?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nguyen?
Yes.
And Mayor Nguyen?
Yes.
Motion passed, 5-0.
Okay, next item is 6.2, resolution urging Biden administration to reinstate Title 42 in an effort to extend border expulsion and minimize the humanitarian crisis at the border while Congress works on broader immigration reform. This item brought up by Councilmember West. I'd like to invite you to go ahead and comment that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Council, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here tonight as we discuss a very important policy matter that affects the safety and well-being of our nation. Tonight, I stand before you calling on the Biden administration to reinstate Title 42, a crucial tool in preserving public health and safeguarding our borders. Title 42 of the United States Code allows for the temporary suspension of certain immigration laws during the time of public health emergency. It provides the legal authority to swiftly address the risks of infectious disease being brought into our country and help prevent the spread of illness that could have devastating consequences for our communities. We find ourselves in an era where global health threats pose a significant challenge to our nation. The recent COVID-19 pandemic served as a stark reminder of how vulnerable we are to the rapid spread of contagious diseases. Title 42 empowers our government to respond effectively to such crises, ensuring the protection of American lives, especially our most vulnerable. Reinstating Title 42 is not a random decision, but a prudent response to the reality we face. By temporarily limiting entries at the borders, we can mitigate the risk of disease transmission and reduce the burden of our healthcare system. This policy enables us to act swiftly and decisively in the face of emerged threats, reinforcing our commitment to public health and national security. Critics, I guess they argue that Title 42 infringe upon the rights of individuals seeking refuge and asylum. However, we must strike a balance between our humanitarian obligations and the safety of our citizens. The temporary suspension of certain immigration laws is not an abandonment of our values, but a necessary measure to protect both the vulnerable populations within our borders and those who may seek refuge in the future. It is crucial to acknowledge that Title 42 is not a long-term solution, but a short-term strategies to address immediate public health concerns. As we call on the Biden administration to reinstate this policy, Congress must also prioritize the development of comprehensive and compassionate immigration reform. Our immigration system should reflect our values as a nation of immigrants while safeguarding the well-being of all who reside here. In conclusion, reinstating Title 42 is an imperative step toward protecting public health, national security, and the well-being of our communities. By leveraging this tool, we can effectively respond to the challenge posed by infectious disease while laying the groundwork for more comprehensive and compassionate immigration system. Let's come together acknowledging the complexity of this issue and work toward a future where our borders remain secure, our public health is safeguarded, and our immigration policy reflects the value that have made this nation great. So as you hear earlier with public comment, those who are national security have been here with our military as well. They have stated that they have caught a top terrorist on the most wanted list at the southern border. Are you okay with them coming in and destroying your children, your family, your business, and your way of life? If you are okay with that, then you're okay with an open border, but we're not okay. We have families here, we have children, we have our livelihood here. Every nation has a border. Think about it. China, other country, everyone has a border. But if you can't see that, then you're not seeing how national policy, state policy affects us locally here. The police can testify with that as well. So that's why, Mr. Mayor, I motion to approve this item, and I yield back my time.
Thank you, Councilmember West. Next is Councilmember Menzel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just want to go over a couple of things here. When the Biden administration stopped relying on Title 42 to expel migrants at the U.S.-Mexico border, U.S. authorities will return to enforcing the nation's immigration law under Title 8. Title 42 was a public health law invoked during the previous administration to prevent border authorities from holding migrants in congregate settings, ostensibly to prevent the spread of COVID. Title 42 is not an immigration law, but in practice, Title 42 authority has been used to quickly expel migrants to Mexico or the countries of origin, regardless of their COVID-19 status or state of the pandemic. When Title 42 expulsion ended, border authorities will follow the laws created by Congress under Title 8. What is Title 8? Immigration law. This section of the U.S. Code, known as Title 8, Aliens and Nationality, contains all the country's immigration laws. Among its numerous chapters and subsections, the Title 8 section includes restraints on who is admissible to the country or eligible for a visa, criminal penalties for crossing the border without inspection or for re-entering unlawfully after deportation, expanded removal of migrants who are deemed inadmissible, and the nation's asylum laws. Title 8 guides the Border Patrol's enforcement strategies at the southwestern border pre-pandemic and is expected to underpin enforcement once Title 42 had ended. When does Title 8 go into effect? It's been in effect all along. Agents have been using Title 8 to expedite removals alongside Title 42 expulsions. Title 8 carries immigration consequences, while 42 does not. When you're removed from the country under Title 8, you are removed for 5 years or up to 20 years, depending on how many times you entered illegally. How is Title 8 applied at the border? The Border Patrol has enacted over 265,000 migrants so far this fiscal year, 2023, October through March. Of those encounters, over 144,000 or 55% were processed under Title 8 U.S. Customs and Border Protection statistics do not distinguish whether Title A processing was for expedited removal or for asylum. In December, Department of Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas said, once the Title 42 order is no longer in place, DHS will process individuals encountered at the border without proper travel documents using its long-standing Title 8 authorities, which provide for meaningful consequences, including barring individuals who are removed from re-entry for 5 years. These consequences include placing individuals in expedited removal, which allows DHS to quickly repatriate individuals who have a legal basis to stay in the United States. In order to reinstate Title 42, which was implemented for the pandemic, a public health emergency will need to be declared. Are we to wear masks and impose all COVID restrictions again? It's clear that some politicians are using this issue to manipulate the public and continue to divide our country for political gain. If council members have concerns about state or federal laws, write or call your representative. Stop wasting taxpayer dollars having staff write reports and resolutions. Stop auditioning for higher office on this dais. It's unethical and irresponsible, and it must stop. And just to...
Please,
I'm still not-
Councilor Woking.
And just for another record, the president's budget includes billions of dollars to keep America's borders secure and enforce our immigration laws while expanding legal pathways for migrants seeking asylum. Funding will be used to modernize border facilities, invest in technology, ensure the safe and humane treatment of migrants in Department of Homeland Security custody, and reduce the backlog of immigration cases. The Biden administration has a plan and is taking action. The budget enhances border security and immigration enforcement, strengthening border security, and providing safe, lawful pathways for migrants to remain top priority for administration. The budget includes nearly $25 billion for U.S. Customs and Border Protection and Immigration and Customs Enforcement, an increase of almost $800 million over the 2023 enacted level of controlling the border management amounts. The budget includes funds for CPB to hire an additional 350 Border Patrol agents, $535 million for border security technology, and between ports of entry, $40 million to combat fentanyl trafficking and disrupt transitional criminal organizations, and fund to hire an additional 460 processing assistants at CBP and ICE. So this notion that Title 42 is helping is just a farce. It's just a political tool to divide our country even more.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Menzo. Next, Vice Mayor Nguyen.
I don't have anything to say, but I second her motion.
Okay. I think, I think this illegal immigration is always a problem to us, for us. And I believe that there are processes always, for the people who come into this country have to go through the legal process. There's no question about it. And then, you know, asking for this resolution, I read the title, Resolution Urging Biden Administration to Reinstate Title 42 in an effort to extend border expulsion and minimize the humanitarian crisis at the border while Congress works on broader immigration reform. So I think that it's very clear that, you know, this is a temporary. I mean, you know, we're still waiting for the Congress to make decision on this. So I mean, you know, without further, you know, discussion into this, I guess that it doesn't hurt for us to go ahead and send that request to Biden administration, and you know, hopefully that he took into consideration, or you know, he may not, you know, so we don't know, but we voice our opinion, and I will agree with that resolution brought up for the council to be approved. So I believe that we have a motion on the floor,
Yes.
motion by Councilmember Amy Fan West and seconded by Vice Mayor Nguyen. Okay,
Yep.
roll call, please.
Okay. Councilwoman Fan West,
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo,
Abstain.
Councilmember Ho is absent from the dais, Vice Mayor Nguyen,
Yes.
and Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion passed.
I wonder where Councilmember Ho is. He did well, so should we wait for her or decide that to move on, that she's absent?
Mayor, we do have a passed motion, so we can continue. It is up to the discretion of the
Okay,
city council.
I just want to make it into record that she is not voting for it. That's it. Okay, all right, thank you very much. And now it is a commission and committee, we have none, so comment from the city council and agency members. So let's start with Councilmember Amy Fan West.
AB 123.
Yes.
Okay, so I forgot to report on the last one that I went to a meeting for mosquitoes vector. And basically the budget, we are in the good for vector control. But we did have a side discussion regarding the previous meeting where they're isolating the male mosquito and sterilizing them. Why don't we kill two birds with one stone since we're capturing those mosquito? My proposed question was, why don't we target the female as well? And, you know, because we all know it's the female who do all the biting and transmit diseases. So if we target the female, then we can eradicate all diseases in the world. So that's something we will have in the next discussion. And I just want to say thank you so much for staff for staying. It is almost, not 12 yet, so it's almost 11, praise God. But thank you for being good sport, guys, and you know, we did well today. And thank you for those who stay up to hear our comments and discussion and doing city business. Thank you for your involvement.
Thank you, Councilmember West. Next is Councilmember Menzo.
Thank you, Mayor. I wish we would have had a better meeting today, but it is what it is. I want to thank, sorry that I missed the event this past Saturday, the yard. So here, thank you, Jake and the whole team, Public Works team, for putting that together, and everybody else that came out and helped. Sorry, I was out of town, missed it. I also want to congratulate and say thank you to our police officers for the bike ride from Sacramento to our Westminster Police Department Memorial. I want to say thank you for them to continue to do that and keeping the spirit alive of those fallen officers, because as long as we keep doing that, their memory stays alive and with us. So we need to continue that tradition, to keep doing that. So thank you for that. I know some of the officers, they'll be a little bit hurting tomorrow, but it's well worth it. But so thank you for that, and thank you, staff, for all your hard work. Also, want to again congratulate our new city clerk for your new job, and glad to have you, and look forward to working with you. And just all city staff, thank you for what you do.
Thank you, Councilmember Menzel. Next is Councilmember Ho.
Thank you. Well, I'd like to thank our Public Works staff. You did an amazing job, as always. This is second year, and I felt like, you know, first of all, I think for an event like this, we want to make it, we want to publish it, we want to make sure everybody knows about it. So I think, you know, once people arrive and they really enjoy the food and they enjoy, you know, they'll spread the word. But I could tell that you put in a lot of time and a lot of effort, and I love, you know, just being there and being able to spend time with the constituents, and just, I really enjoy myself. Really, as you could tell, I stayed pretty much from the time I arrived until the end. And I would like you to, I mean, I don't know who the DJ was, whether he was professional or not, but you know, it was great, wonderful music. Next time we got to get people out to dance and get down. And I know Miss Terry Raines really enjoyed herself. Well, I'd also like to thank our PD for making that bike ride, and I apologize for not being there at your arrival today, but I know I was there last year, and so I'm rooting you guys on, and thank you for doing that, making that bike ride. Must be hard, but it was teamwork, and you made it happen, and thank you. And most of all, I think I really feel it for staff today. Our city manager and assistant city manager, I could really feel, I know you really want to move the city forward, and you want to do the right thing, and you work very hard, and that's, I try not to bother you. And I know if you compare to the time, like the year before you took your, I guess, your post, you know, we used to have lots of conversations, long conversations, but these days I know you guys are so busy, and you've done a wonderful job, and I really love that agenda you brought on today, and I was, you know, but be patient with all of us. We will eventually get there, but I think everybody mean well. So, and thank you everybody for coming out, and I know it's a little bit late and everybody wants to get home, so I'm going to end it here and see you next time.
Councilmember West, I apologize that we voted the last item when you step out, and I want to go ahead and give you the motion passed, so I want to give you a chance if you want to. It's up to you whether you want to incorporate the change in there or no, your vote or not.
You said Councilman West. You talking me?
I'm sorry, Councilmember Ho. All right. So it's up to you.
Sure.
It passed, but I want to give you a chance whether you want to.
Unless you intentionally want to skip that?
Well,
it's all up to you. I'm not.
I wasn't here, so I'm fine with you. Yeah, okay. Thank you.
All right, Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I want to report that at the PCTA meeting last week, we have our committee Director Vanessa Johnson was there with me, and she did a very good job that pushing the board that asked them to do better job to evaluate our system here, or just give us an opportunity to get the third party to come in to evaluate on the upgrade. Thank you for being there for us. And about the public works that our city put together with Director Jake Ngô. It is a fantastic event. My kids, Evelyn and Aiden, enjoyed it very much. But on the other hand, when it come down to like we just pull in like roughly more than 100 attendees, that is, I feel like, okay, next time if we put more effort into it, with a city roughly about 90,000 people and maybe 10,000 kids around, you know. So we need to do a better job, advertise, reaching out to other, to the population, resident in the city. So that would be more fun. Thank you. And the third thing is congratulations, our city clerk, Aston. How do you like working with us?
He put you on the
It's been a
spot.
pleasure.
I dare you to say no.
You know, hang in there, okay, hang in there. And
All right.
all right, yeah, okay, thank you, staff. Maybe we are very hard to work with, you know, but, you know, hang in there. Thank you.
Well, unless we are smiling, laughing, have enjoy at the last minute here of the meeting. I personally want to thank staff and for all people who stay here until this point. I really appreciate that people come out and and voice their opinions. It's just that something is really hit me the other day. When, like I mentioned it earlier. I didn't know that it came to me that the student came to me and said that, we follow the council meeting and, this and that. And then, it surprised me that, I know that students, trying to get extra credit by following the meeting, but it just stunned to me that, I bumped into one, and that's the reason why it made me more concerned, and then I probably have to stress more that at the meeting that, we have kids attending the meeting for extra credit, and so we need to be cognizant about, what we are saying, so we can, teach them our professionalisms. I want to thank Jake and his staff for, for Public Works Open House. I have a good comments about the day. If you want, you can go into my Facebook and you see what I have there, and I have all the pictures. I want to thank those who participate with us, the government agency that they were there, trying to answer the questions from publics. I also want to congratulate to our staff, city staff, especially city manager and assistant city manager, for getting the award for the city of Westminster. So we are proud to have that award, and hopefully that you will win at the national contest, right? So keep our finger crossed for that. I also want to report that this is not something that I need to report, but I want to share with you that I was at the legislative days in Sacramento, and I, even though that I went for Midway City Senator District, but I gained a lot because some of the issues that I asked is also related to both agency, especially for the city of Westminster, and we need to bring it to their attention, and I think it's a plus that I was there for both agencies, and you know, I appreciate for the time that I met with both floors from the State Assembly as well as Senate representative there. So with that, I'd like to go ahead and end the meeting today. And our next council meeting is going to be on Wednesday, June 14 at 6 p.m. Meeting adjourned.